Here's my question. Take away the Dr. Cornel West part from the title. Using coddle culture and emotional reflexes to pander is a red flag. Is that a true statement? Would you all consider that true? If you guys agree with that statement and that's a true statement, then give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree with that statement and it's not true, then give me a thumbs down. Now, if you ask me, one of the reasons why politics is so easily deranged when it comes to dealing with us and getting things together is that people react with knee-jerk reactions to emotional attempts to pander to us, right? Let me ask you guys a question. If there's a politician and that politician wants to get black people involved, I need to know from you guys, what are some things that those politicians are going to say? What are they going to say? You guys have heard them all before. Somebody wants your attention. What are they going to say? What are they going to do? And it's going to be easy to do, right? It's easy, right? It's easy like a wet t-shirt contest winner and a couple cans of Four Loko, right? Shout out to my man, Torian Rain. What's good with it, bro? Oh, bet. I'm going to check it out, Torian. That's what's good. That's what's good. Is anybody going to let anybody, quote unquote, make them slaves? Let's just get down to the business right now. Let's just put it all out there. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's just gut it and throw the intestines all over the table. Blood all on the room, gloves all the way up to the elbows. Who's going to let that happen? Why would it happen? If you allow that to happen and you don't fight it to the death, what does that say about your choices? So when I hear stuff like that, right, I try to assume that my peers and people have the same kind of heart that I do. So I'm going to assume that people are not going to do that. So that's something that's off the table, right? I'd rather die in infamy than live under somebody else's control. That's me. That's my personal philosophy. I don't know if I can extend that to everybody else. I don't. The evidence doesn't support it. It'd be a nice pipe dream to say that everybody's just as much of a warrior at heart as me. But that's not true. If that was the case, the entire population would be a military. It's not. There's a lot of courage, the cowardly dogs amongst us. Look at all the snitching that goes on. People going to jail. People going to prison. So we have to be able to separate pipe dreams from reality. Another pipe dream is the people that you may want to be your heroes are not gonna save you. In most cases, the person that has any kind of ability to possibly redirect the course of things is always somebody you don't want it to be. Who would have thought that some computer nerd would have turned out to be Neo? Who would have thought that Peter Parker would have turned out to be Spider-Man? Reality doesn't care about you, but it's a one-way relationship because you got to care about reality. And here's my question for everybody that's watching this video right now. What is your reality? Shout out to Jay. What's good with it, Jay? Courage was scary, but when it came down to it, he would protect his family. Facts, Bronze. That's more than that's more than we can say about a lot of people, isn't it? Shout out to Val. What's good with it, Val? Shout out to Farouk. What's good with it, bro? Here's my question. What are the objectives? Now, let me ask you guys a question. 2024, what do people want from politics? What do people want? How would you like to see politics make your life significantly different? And if there's the people in here that say, well, politics ain't never worked for black people in the United States. If you're one of those people and you feel that way, I would advise you to go to the stream that's broadcasting what has worked for us. And that'll be a real quick Google search. Because when it comes to that, that's something that's currently enjoying the purity of zero. Now, politics doesn't always have to do with voting. And also, if politics has never worked for anybody in the United States, but people are using politics, then that means that you've been effectively imprisoned, right? So either do your sentence or break out of the jail. Would you guys agree? Do your time. Let that potassium chloride go up your veins and stop your heart, or break out of the jail. Very simple. Put up or shut up. Where's the stream that's streaming right now that has all of the solutions that have ever worked for us simultaneously going on right now? Where is it? What platform is it streaming on, or what platform is it recorded on right now? Somebody drop the link into the comment section. I'll wait. And my question is, if we have all of these things that have worked, then what happened since they started working? How did we get back to where we are? Chronology is extremely important. So we have all of the answers. All of the answers. Okay. Show me the stream where the stuff that does work is happening simultaneously. Show me when it did work, and show me how we got back to where we are right now. Show it to me. I'll give you a wrench in the chat so that you can put the link to it in. Or you can ask one of the moderators, or you can shoot it to me on Twitter, or you can put it in the Discord. AB Promotion says, I can't show you. Carlton Way says, shoulder shrug. So my question is, where is all of this stuff that these people are talking about? Where is it? It's apparently there. And then anytime anybody starts talking about anything else, everybody needs to stop talking about what everybody's talking about and start talking about these facetious solutions and these facetious time periods where there was this utopia where everything was working according to plan, right? How many times have you guys heard that? Bron said, look at the pyramids, nigga. Look at the pyramids. Right. It doesn't exist. I got to agree, AB. Shout out to TD Hip Hop Media. My man TD Hip Hop Media says something is telling me this is a spur of the moment impromptu live stream. Nah. I got some other live streams popping off later on that'll have more people watching them because they're about stupid shit. You know what I'm saying? You know what's interesting? How many times have you ever seen a fly land on a bar of gold? Has anybody ever seen that? Has anybody ever seen ants and flies surround a bar of gold? Matter of fact, have you ever seen any insects or any vermin surround a bar of gold? As a matter of fact, if you go into a vault at a bank, I guarantee you that there's no vermin, only gold, only precious metals. Now, you know what's crazy? If you pull your pants down and take a shit right where you are, everything will come running. And that's what I'm about to do tonight on YouTube. I'm going to pull my pants down and I'm going to take a shit. And I want you guys to see how many people come running. Fascinating, isn't it? Cornel West says Biden committed crime against humanity against Black Americans. What do you guys think about this? Okay, Cornel, that's fine. What are you going to do about it? Is this why we should vote for you? We should vote for Cornel West because some white guy did something to Black people. People don't like hearing the truth about themselves, Carlton Way. Biden committed crime against humanity against Black Americans. Now, here's my question. First question is, who hasn't committed a crime against Black Americans? And here's my question. Why are so many crimes committed against Black Americans? Anybody got any ideas? If nobody has any ideas about any of this stuff, my question is, why does any of this content exist? Shout out to my man TD Hip Hop Media. TD says, did Cornel propose a solution after stating that since he is running for president? That's a great question. We're going to find out. Here's another question. What value chain does Cornel West have that's helping to broadcast his message? Does he have one at all? He kind of just out there, isn't he? Let me ask you guys a question. How many people are comfortable with the current situation? How many people ever got their asses beat? Anybody ever got the shit beat out of them before? How did it feel? I mean, I'm talking about, have you ever just relentlessly gotten your ass whooped to the point where somebody had to pull somebody off of you? Has that ever happened to anybody? That's happened to me. I'm not too gangster to say it. I've gotten my ass beat before in a parking lot. Did you enjoy it? Did it feel good? What was your favorite part? My question is, why do people enjoy reliving that? If it's so bad, why do people enjoy reliving that? I'm under the impression that people don't enjoy it. Give me 1 second, guys. Sorry about that, guys. If you guys haven't smashed the like button, make sure you guys smash the like button. If you guys haven't hit the bell, make sure you guys hit the bell. So here's my question. What value chain do we have that we can use to put the pressure on any of these politicians? I need answers. Yeah, it's not fun, AB. Not fun at all. Here's another question. If there is somebody that we like, what value chain do we have where we can signal boost their voice? I want you guys to pay very close attention to something. Anytime you start talking about anything that requires effort, calorie burning, or brain power, I want you guys to pay attention to the live number. And that right there is a mathematical correspondence of why it's not existent. Let me ask you guys something. Aren't people tired of being able to relate to being downtrodden? Now, there's somebody that this message that Cornel West says right here resonates with somebody. It resonates with somebody. Cornel West said Biden has committed crime against humanity, against Black America. Well, we always getting crime committed against us. We always getting crime committed against us. Why are we always getting crimes committed against us? Why do nerds get beat up in school? Because it's not very much consequence. Let me ask you guys a question. Shout out to Hurricane IQ and shout out to Black Bitcoin Key. What if stepping, shout out to my man Detroit 313. What's good with it, bro? What if stepping on an ant, you had to deal with the consequence of every single ant in the world crawling on you while you're asleep, tearing you apart? What if when you killed a bee, you had to deal with the whole hive stinging you relentlessly? I bet you people wouldn't do it as much. Matter of fact, that's one of the reasons why people don't mess with wasps. You see a wasp nest, most times people don't usually mess with wasps. You know what I'm saying? Most times people run away from a wasp. And why is that? Because wasps will jump you. And a wasp will get up in your face. People would rather not risk getting stung to avoid a wasp. Bronze of God said, nah, I got that raid. Hey, that's not a bad idea. You can shoot from a distance with the raid. But how many people out here smacking wasp down with their hands? Not too many. And a wasp would dodge you and then fly right in your face. How many people are tired of that? And my question is, if people are tired of it, why is it that what people are doing does not match being tired of it? Let me ask you guys a question. If people weren't in a situation where they felt downtrodden, when people make emotional appeals, Would it work? It would only work if you'd gotten to the point where your privilege is so much you don't know that you don't acknowledge that you have a privilege and you want to be oppressed just like everybody else. That's the only time that it will work. That's why we had a culture war going on. You guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys haven't smashed the like button, please make sure you guys smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't smashed or shared the stream, make sure you guys share the stream. And if you're not getting notifications or anything like that, make sure you guys hit up Rumble and the Discord. So let's go back to what TD said. TD asked a great question. TD said, did Cornel propose a solution after stating that since he is running for president? Here's a question. We're going to build onto that question. Oh, yeah. See, Detroit 313 says, sometimes I hit a wasp with my bare hands, but I stomped the shit out of it. Hell yeah. You make sure it's dead because you know, and they don't forget neither. You know, if you didn't kill it all the way, it's going to come back and get in your face, or 3 more wasps going to fly around. You're going to look up, and next thing you know, it's going to be 3 or 4 around you because that's how they get down. So what's Cornel West's solutions? Here's my question. When is the last time people collectively voted for a politician because of the solutions that they had, not just because of the words that they said or the appeal that they tried to make to your emotions? When? Tell me the candidate and what it was that they proposed. Anybody know? Anybody got any ideas? Anybody got any answers for me? Help your boy out here. Because like I said, when it comes to this kind of stuff, in order to figure out the issues, we have to reverse engineer these situations to see what was done incorrectly. Carlton says never. I agree. So now if this has never happened, then how can we say that we did or didn't do it? Detroit 313 says, say that again. My question is, who is a candidate that people have voted for based on solutions that they've provided for particular problems versus things that they've said to appeal to people's emotions? Oh, I play the saxophone. Oh, I smoke weed. Oh, I listen to Tupac and Snoop Dogg. How about somebody that said, what we're going to do is we're going to attack the racial wealth gap through building value chains. And we're going to build these value chains to build interlocking, vertically integrated businesses in order to build economic competition, as well as foster independence and develop power dynamics. How many politicians have said that? We're going to create favorable entrepreneur policies. We're going to concentrate schools to talk about emerging markets, emerging economies. Now, here's my question, Val. Val says the problem with most politicians is that they bait and switch. They make promises they don't intend to keep. Now, here's the question. Is that a problem with the politicians or a problem with the people? Let me tell you something. If I get a job and my job description has 10 items for me to do, and I find out that I can go to work and do 3 of those items, get paid the same amount with no consequence, is that a problem with me or is that a problem with my job? Is the politician working smart or is the politician working hard? If you ask me, the politicians don't have a problem at all. As a matter of fact, the politicians have it very easy. And guess who makes it easy for them? Oh. Oh. Who makes it easy for these politicians? Shout out to my man, Detroit 313. It's definitely the people problem. I agree. Shout out to Hurricane IQ. We make it easy for them. Shout out to my man, We Lit. The people that don't hold them accountable. AB Promotion says we're the problem 100%. I agree. There you go. Look at the numbers, guys. People don't like the truth about themselves. They want to be sold a dream with rose-colored glasses and coddling. They want a little smack on the booty instead of what people actually need. A shotgun barrel rammed up it. Oh, well, it is what it is. I agree with Val. We have to hold their feet to the fire. Facts. Carla Lockhart says the politicians are hardly working. Facts. Now, here's if you can get a job where you're getting paid a good amount of money and you're hardly working, you found that's a lottery ticket. You found a treasure, right? Who wouldn't work a job like that? Absolutely, Detroit 313. Look at statistics. That demographic group who voted for Democrats, or that demographic group who voted for Democrats. Facts. Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you guys show some love. Throw some radiation emoji in the chat for Val Williams with the $5 super chat. Definitely appreciate it. So now here is my question. Why do people continue to vote like that and then act as if they have no idea what's going on? It can't be both. It cannot be both. So what we have to do is we have to get to the root of the problem and figure out which one is it. Which one is it? Cornel West says, I know what I do to gather a crowd of black people to make it look like I got support. I'm going to sit here and tell black people all the bad things that happen to us in the United States, and everybody will hold hands and sing. And then while they're doing that, I can write all these policies for marginalized groups and everybody else. Stop falling for it. If you're going to fall all the way down and stay down. Stop getting up and falling for this stuff. Isn't it easier if you fall down, stay down? Why do people fall down and get up? I agree 100%. If you guys agree with Hurricane IQ, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Emperor Rex. What's good with it, bro? Hurricane IQ says, at this point, we are willfully ignorant. We know better. I agree. Shout out to Detroit 313. Detroit 313 says, I'm not conservative, but the small percentage of black people voting for independent, Black Party, Green Party, including Republican. Yeah. I agree. Don't know what to say. Don't know what to say. Now, let me ask you guys something. If all of the statistics were not pandered to, and we were changing the statistics that we're dealing with, would it be easier to use emotional appeal, or would it be more difficult? Let's say everybody in the room here was making $500,000 a year. We had multiple properties, multiple streams of income, and was living a great life. Now, we know about our history and we know about our culture and we care about it and we preserve it. But would that be enough to earn your vote? The more you have, the more you should require. And see, I don't think that people have a lot. So I think that the requirements are pretty low. It's the same as somebody that hasn't had, you haven't been with a woman in a minute. Well, you're not really caring too much about how anything looks. You know what I'm saying? You're just caring about what you can get access to real quick. And then as you start to build your confidence and you're able to get access to more and more women, now you start to say, I like them looking like this. I like them looking like that. I like this part like this. I like that part like that. It's the same thing as food, right? If you're starving, you will eat a protein shake with no water in it just to maintain your calories. Once your stomach starts to fill up, nah, I want some rice. You eat too much rice, nah, I want a steak. You eat too much steak, nah, I want some shrimp. So as you get more, you start to develop specifications on what exactly it is that you want. I'm going to ask this question again. What are our specifications on what we want? What's the specs? What do you guys want? What does 2025 look like for you guys? Now, let me ask you guys a question. If nobody has a vision for what 2025 should look like, if a politician doesn't deliver a 2025, whose fault is that? That's my question, guys. What does 2025 look like? So now Cornel West says Biden committed crimes against humanity, against Black Americans. Okay, that's nice. What does 2025 look like, Cornel West? Now, if nobody has a blueprint of their ideal 2025 for Cornel West or for any other politician, if you don't have a blueprint, can you complain what the building looks like? That's my question. If you say, well, just build me something, and somebody decides to build a treehouse out of styrofoam, and they say, there you go. And you're like, wait a minute, that's not what I asked for. And the other person says, well, wait a minute, you didn't ask for anything. Who's right in that situation? So now my question is, why are we doing business like that? Is that the optimal way to do business? Could it be possible that because of the way that people are doing business, that's why they end up on the ends of the deals that they end up on? Could that be a possibility? If that's a possibility, give me a thumbs up. If it's not a possibility and I'm just completely crazy, then give me a thumbs down. Maybe I'm wrong. So now here's my question for everybody. What is everybody's plan to create a focal point and hit the bullseye? And should you be looking for politicians that have a plan and a focal point to hit the bullseye? That's my question. So now here it says Cornel West says Biden committed crimes against humanity, against Black Americans. Okay, so now here's my question. If Biden, right? If Biden committed crimes against humanity and crimes against Black Americans, if Biden is the standard for what crime against humanity and crime against Black Americans looks like, then what should we be doing to all of Biden's predecessors? That's my question. So now my question is, what is Cornel West going to do as far as his consequence against Biden for his charges of crimes against humanity, and how do we scale that up for the predecessor? That's my question. Shout out to Dre D. What's he coming with? I'm going to tell you something. The same way Vivek Ramaswamy does not have a plan for 5% GDP growth, Cornel West doesn't have a plan for this. Hey, shout out to my man Jay Bird with the $4.99 super chat. My man Jay Bird said, I just wanted to show some love, fam. I'm moving my family to Texas, so I'm going to be cloud watching for a while. Hey, appreciate you, bro. Hey, make sure y'all show Jay Bird some love, and congratulations on the move. Be safe, bro. Let me ask you guys a question, because that's what I do, is ask questions. Are these good questions? Are these good questions? You know what I'm saying? Cornel West says Biden committed crime against humanity, against Black Americans. We've heard it all before. You know what I'm saying? Heard it all before. These politicians pandering. Heard it all before. Y'all already know. Likely Green Party presidential candidate Cornel West ripped President Biden's record on race issues, calling the Democrats' history with Black Americans nothing short of a crime against humanity in an exclusive interview with the Post. Okay, so now here's my question. If Biden is the standard, what about everybody else? If Biden is the standard, then what about everybody else? That's the question. And again, Cornel West is the one that brought this up. So we're asking Cornel West. Right? We're asking Cornel West. West, who was 70, accused Biden of spurring mass incarceration among minorities. Now, mind you, he says that there was a crime against humanity against Black Americans, right? But now Cornel West shifts the focus to minorities. He accused Biden of spurring mass incarceration among minorities because of the tough on crime, federal violent crime control and law enforcement act Biden sponsored as a senator in 1994. Okay, so now why is Cornel West talking about minorities? And if we're talking about minorities, who else did that affect? That's my question, guys. Who else did it affect? And will Cornel West answer these questions directly? Will any of these people come direct? Is my question for you guys. The bill authorized the hiring of 100,000 new police officers and allocated $9.7 billion for prisons. So now all of this money that they did for this, and they chose to not give reparations, but the same government has also done studies that show that economic depravity is positively correlated to high crime. Now remember, these are the statistics people. These are the statistics people, but we're not going to use statistics. And of course they're not going to use statistics. We're not going to ask why those people are doing what they would do, because we know why they're doing what they would do. Why are those people doing what they would do? Just to make sure we're all on the same page. Well, I think you'll think Joe Biden contributed to a crime against humanity when he became the architect of the mass incarceration regime in the 1990s, said West 70, referring to the tough on crime, violent crime control, law enforcement act that Biden sponsored as a senator in 1994. Now, my question is, so then what should we do to every politician who did something worse prior to Joe Biden? That is my question for you guys. Help me out with an answer. If Joe Biden and his politics is the standard for a crime against humanity against black people, what do black people owe all of Biden's predecessors? According to this, the bill authorized the hiring of 100,000 new police officers and allocated $9.7 billion for prisons. Now, how many people knew that $9.7 billion was allocated for prison during this 94 crime bill? So now, what Cornel West is doing is Cornel West is attempting to turn criminal justice and criminality into a quote unquote black political issue. Is criminal justice a black political issue, or is that an all-encompassing political issue because criminals come in all shapes, sizes, genders, ethnicities, races, and religions? So what this says is that Cornel West believes that black people are such criminals that in order to get the black vote, he has to talk about crime. Let me ask you guys a question. When it comes to everybody else, the politics are all about preventing crime. Somehow, when it comes to us, the majority of our politics are about keeping people out of jail, but the majority of black people aren't in jail. And Cornel West is helping to push the false narrative that the majority of black people are. I got to agree with Hurricane IQ. Hurricane IQ says criminal justice is an all lives matter political issue. I agree 100%. So now, when it comes to when it comes to this 94 crime bill, let's look at the statistics globally. And I got to agree with Torian. The media plays a huge part in our degradation. Facts. What country in the world has the most crime? What country in the world has the most prisons? So, why is Cornel West wrapping this American issue in black? Why is he doing that? Why is he doing it, guys? I've taught in prison for 41 years. And the level of barbarity in our prisons has something to do with the crime bill that he put forward, said West, now a professor at Union Theological Seminary and affiliate of Columbia University. Black folks are low priority to Biden, West continued, adding the president was much better at window dressing black faces in high places than substantive change. West gave Biden's performance on race a dismal grade of C. Now, here's my question. What would you guys give Cornel West as a grade on race? Here's another question. What would you give us collectively as a grade on politics and self-determination? Don't everybody answer at once. He also slammed the 80-year-old president as slowing down. So apparently Biden is slowing down. I don't know how you can get much more slow than Biden, but it's very clear that his cognitive powers are in decline, claimed West, who insists that he is fit as a fiddle with no notable health issues. Though West is an unabashed man of the left, he echoed Republican concerns about weaponization and lack of oversight of federal intelligence agencies. The GOP has long accused the agencies of being politicized. Now, we already have documented evidence of COINTELPRO, but the only time anything matters is when the right-wing social media commentary people are getting deleted off of Twitter. Why is that? Facts, we lit. And I did a live stream on that. 128 ranking politicians built legacies off of their ancestors being slave owners. The entire United States did. Facts. And I got to agree with Val. Val says we would get a failing grade in our politics. I agree. Not only will we get a failing grade, for a couple semesters, we might actually get a incomplete. We might get an I. So now my question is, what do people want to do to try to change those dynamics? I don't think that there's a large majority of people that are coherent and want to change those dynamics. I think that there's a large amount of people that want to perpetually hear, quote unquote, what was done. Everybody wants to hear what was done and wants somebody else to do something about what was done. I got to agree with Torian. Have a fight in the courthouse. Throw a few chairs, snatch a few wigs. Yeah, go out like Lorenz Tate at the end of Dead Presidents. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's a lot of people that's got the intestinal fortitude to do that. And if you're somebody that doesn't have the intestinal fortitude to do that, I don't think that you should benefit from the people that are putting themselves out there to do it. I think that people need to set into place consequences for multiple people. Set into place consequences for WS, and also set into place consequences for the Maury Povich crowd. You will be purged. You will be destroyed. You don't deserve a future. But some people may think that that's a little bit too harsh. Me personally, I think it's actually a little bit too nice. So now here it says, I would just increase the scope of accountability and transparency. I think that there's enough right there. West said, the whole institution, all right, to make sure it's not politicized, make sure it's not weaponized, and make sure that it actually lets us know what they are doing, especially the executive branch. So now, remember, remember what we're supposed to be talking about here is human rights violations against Black people. So now my question is, have we gotten to that part yet? Have we gotten to the quote unquote human rights violations against black people part yet? And he called it kind of strange that the Secret Service could not identify how a dime bag of cocaine made its way into the White House during a period when Hunter Biden, a known former drug addict, had been staying there. He called the younger Biden's deal with the Department of Justice to plead guilty to 2 counts of tax evasion a little slap on the wrist. Robert Kennedy Jr. has made a splash in media and political circles for his primary challenge to President Biden, but political experts watching the 2024 race say it is West who poses a far more dangerous threat. Now, let me ask you guys a question. Who do you all think poses the greater threat, Robert Kennedy or Cornel West? Shout out to Lana. What up with it, Lana? So where is the part about the human rights violation to black people? So now here it says West has planned to run with the People's Party before switching to Green, which could mean the outspoken academic could siphon critical votes from Biden in swing states, potentially throwing the election to GOP frontrunner Donald Trump, some Dems said. So again, where's the part about Biden and this crime against black people? In 2016, the Green Party played an outsized role in tipping the election to Donald Trump. Now, with Cornel West as their likely nominee, they could easily do it again. Risky business. Former Obama campaign guru David Axelrod tweeted earlier this week, West supported Biden over Trump in 2020, but now claimed both are equally dangerous. Shout out to Deneen. What's good with it, Deneen? Trump is leading us towards a second civil war. Biden is leading us towards a third war. So I'm not excited, a third world war. So I'm not excited about either choice, West said. I don't want to just support a caretaker government against fascism every 4 years because sooner or later the fascists will still win. But the problem with the Democrats is that they'd rather lose than change. Okay, so now again, where's the crime against humanity that Joe Biden committed? If you ask me, yeah, Joe Biden definitely committed crimes against humanity, against black people. But as uninterested in our own self-determination as a large majority of us are, we're committing negligent crimes against ourselves on a daily basis. Biden's record on race issues is a crime against humanity. Okay. And how do you plan on correcting that? No one has the answers for how to correct it. And that's why nobody's here. Like I said, all you got to do is just ask people to use their brain or ask people to come up with something that they're responsible for and their ghost. And that's why any progress is ghost as well. Weak sauce. If you have a rec room with weights in it and a kitchen and a stove, and you can cook a good diet and you can go to the gym and work out, but you get your ass beat every day when you walk out of the house, I don't feel sorry for you. That's your fault. That is your fault. You know what I'm saying? People want coddle culture. And that's why they've been getting cradle capped. Now, all of these articles here, New York Post, of course they're going to headline that. The Gazette, of course they're going to headline that, because the culture war goal is to make it appear that only quote unquote liberal white people are quote unquote the racists. No, it is a cultural thing. It's not just liberal white people. Racism is a global, as well as here in America, bipartisan thing. The article from Reuters showed all of those adosos on both sides of the aisle. You can go to other countries in Europe and find the same kind of anti-black sentiments here in the United States that you'll find over there. We're going to be doing a video about that a little bit later. This is what the narrative wants. Well, as long as you just let the Republicans operate in the shadows and let them have their cross burnings, you know, and their little picnics and all of that nonsense, and we try to frame it like only the liberals, which is why they call it the party of slavery and all this. It's only them that are racist. I saw some stupid tweet on Twitter. Some white lady was talking about Democrat white privilege. Are you serious? They trying to delineate white privilege. You know what I'm saying? But they not telling who's an adoso versus who's not. But people are falling for this. And the reason why people are falling for this is because when you don't have a value chain to financially back yourself up, to be your vehicle, to give you power, to give you a way to put in consequences, you want the bare minimum. What we're dealing with is thirst. People are thirsty. Everybody say what's up to Esposito. If people were as invested in politics as Esposito is in trolling, I guarantee you the world could change in less than 365 days. The world would change in less than 365 days. But people aren't invested in it. And nobody wants to cop to the fact that people aren't invested in it. Whose decision is that? Who's making that decision to neglect investment? Somebody should have been exposed Cornel West with this nonsense. Cornel West is going around. This dude, Cornel West, is pandering to everybody. He's trying to pander to black people. He's pandering to Republicans. He's pandering to these far left freaks. This dude is literally on a holy trinity of a grift. This dude is the Grift Master 2000. We Lit said he's Cornel the plug. You know what I'm saying? We Lit called him Cornel the plug. So I don't know what happened to the words here. I mean, which is good. I mean, it's appropriate because he ain't saying nothing. Let's refresh the page and see if any words is down. Yeah, ain't no words showing up. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, there's that. Cornel West, Biden's record on race issues is a crime against humanity. And then boom. That's about the most accurate article that I've ever seen. That's about the most accurate article that I've ever seen. Esposito stream says, I was just making sure that you had your daily dosage of potassium today, bro. Esposito streams want me to have an overdose of potassium. You know what I'm saying? So here's some interesting stuff, right? And shout out to my man Kid Gravity, because me and Kid Gravity were actually talking about this this morning. Kid Gravity might actually talk about this in his stream that he does tomorrow, I think, or either Monday, one of the days. Your boy Vivek Ramaswamy. Now, let me ask you guys a question. Is the Breakfast Club considered black media? That's my question for you guys. Let me know what you guys think. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys haven't smashed the like button, please take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, make sure you guys hit the bell icon and share the stream to your social media. And if you're having trouble with notifications, make sure that you guys go to the Discord. And I agree, Torian. No, just because it has black hosts does not mean that it's black media. And what's interesting about that is that non-black people know that. But what we have to understand is that non-black people live in a delusional world. So despite the fact that they know who owns the company, they're going to call it black media. So in order to deal with the game, we have to deal with the game board that we're playing on, right? And we're playing with a bunch of NPCs. We're playing with a bunch of NPCs, like the new trend on TikTok. So if you wanna quote unquote talk to black people, do you put on your suit and comb your hair back and slick it back and empty a nice can of Axe mousse into your hair and paste it onto your head and walk into the Breakfast Club to sit down and talk business? Is that what you do? Is that what you do? Because there's something to all this. While we're sitting here saying this, right? We are sitting here saying that the Breakfast Club is not black media. The Breakfast Club far outshadows my views. The Breakfast Club far outshadows everybody's views that will be considered quote unquote black media. So now, if somebody wants to make a scene, are they going to go somewhere that a fringe small group of people consider quote unquote black media, or are they going to go to where they can get black viewership? That's my question. Is there a difference between black media and black viewership? You can easily tell. You can tell by going to the about page of a YouTube channel. And remember, YouTube is just one metric. And you can look at the amount of views. Yeah, I agree, Torian. Shade Room, quote unquote, black viewership. Facts. So let me ask you guys a question. Would everybody say that viewership is an issue? Well, I think what we're when it comes to the Vivek Ramaswamy on Breakfast Club situation is we're looking at a situation of where YouTube talking points are getting people waxed in real life. And that's and that happens like every day. That's an everyday thing. That's one of the reasons why, if you ask me, you should never go into the real world with YouTube talking points. It's the same thing as you should never box using ring rules in a street fight. And when people live in an echo chamber, that's what happens. They go outside of their echo chamber and get nuked. Because when it comes to a debate, it's not necessarily about whether somebody's right or wrong. Right or wrong is about being right or wrong. In many cases, a debate is about appearance, form, tactics, strategy. Hurricane IQ is on point. Hurricane IQ says black viewership is an issue because it's instant gratification for the lowest common denominator and other people's agendas. Facts. If you guys agree with Hurricane IQ, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree with Hurricane IQ, give me a thumbs down. AB Promotion says you can get yourself hurt using YouTube talking points outside. Bro, you can get smoked. Somebody get the strap on you for using YouTube talking points outside. So now we have a dilemma. Right. Exactly, Torian. Peep how low my views were for criticizing Thomas Sowell versus the Negroes, who he claimed is so wise and all-knowing. Facts. That right there is evidence of what I'm saying. Now, if you're using Rob's talking points, you'll be up. You'll be up. You'll stop somebody right in their tracks. But that's because I try to avoid YouTube echo chamber talking points. Because one of the problems about YouTube echo chamber talking points is in most cases, it's not a dynamic. It's not a back and forth conversation. It's somebody saying something, and then that's the end of it without a challenge. Like YouTube talking points are like fighting a heavy bag in the gym. It's not hitting back. It's like Bruce Lee, how Bruce Lee was like, boards don't hit back. I mean, it's the same thing. Now, there's reality and there's emotion. Right? And at the beginning of this live stream, one thing that I had said is that people who work off of emotion, in many cases, do not make optimal decisions because the emotions are having a greater influence than logical processing. So now it becomes a numbers game. Now, if we had a value chain that had viewership, Vivek Ramaswamy would be forced to confront the value chain. But the Breakfast Club isn't part of our value chain. Whose value chain is the Breakfast Club a part of? And I agree with Deneen and Hurricane IQ. Let me ask you guys this. Most people are looking at Vivek Ramaswamy and they say, he gets on my nerves with the things that he says. My question is, has anybody ever thought of how to dismantle him? Has anybody ever thought of how he's a walking contradiction? So if he just gets on your nerves with what he says, then that means that you're perfectly fine with him still being relevant as long as he just stops talking about you. Y'all don't want to send him to the oblivion realm. And I think that people do the same thing when it comes to politics. Reparations. I'm not thinking about Adosos going to the oblivion realms. Let me ask you guys a question. Are there people on the planet right now that need to be in the oblivion realm? So now Deneen says that lady on the Breakfast Club confronted his hypocrisy, but people are still supporting him. Now, let's break this down. That's a great comment, Deneen. Here's my question. Teslin, quote unquote, confronted his hypocrisy. What did she say? What did she say to confront his hypocrisy? That's my question. And here's another question. Let's get this out on the table. Shout out to PD Chicago B1. What's good with it, bro? What is his hypocrisy? Shout out to Kid Gravity too. Kid Gravity's done an excellent job of breaking down all of the stuff that Vivek Ramaswamy has said, and so is Torian Rain. So if you guys are not subscribed to Kid Gravity or Torian Rain's channels, make sure that you guys go check them out because they've done great work on that topic. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to everybody watching. We got 40 people watching. If you guys haven't smashed that like button, make sure that you guys smash the like button. Also, if you guys have not hit the bell, make sure that you guys hit the bell and subscribe. And also, please make sure that you guys share the stream to your social media. What has he said that's been hypocritical? Shout out to Torian. Torian says she brought up the fact that he is so patriotic, yet only voted in one election, which was back in 2020. Mind you, he's damn near 40. So you do the math. Facts. I agree with that. Talked about how he wouldn't be here without black people and civil rights. Also got him about not participating in voting until he was 34. Facts. Shout out to Torian and Deneen. Her whole argument was about his service or lack thereof, as his platform predicated certain norms upon service requirements. Facts. This dude claimed he wants American citizens to take the same test as immigrants to declare how American you are. Facts. All facts. Make sure you guys throw some radiation emoji in the chat and show some love to everybody that just gave all of those wonderful answers. Now, let me ask you guys a question. In saying those things, was he pandering? And my question is, who was he pandering to? Shout out to Zentober. What's good with it, bro? Who was he pandering to? He was pandering to the majority of America and culture war participants, right? Would you guys agree or would you disagree? Everything that Vivek Ramaswamy said is right out of the Christopher Rufo Manhattan Institute Culture War Manual. So now, if he's saying things that line up with that, we know why he's saying it. Why is he saying it? He's saying it to appease a voter base. What that voter base wants is that voter base wants to be artificially satisfied. They want reality to be printed for them. They want their stereotypes to be made true. I just gave Kid Gravity a shout out, and shout out again to Kid Gravity for being here. What's good with it, bro? Yeah, and he calls his company Woke Incorporated, right? Now, how do you play chess? How do you play checkers? How do you work with strategy? Now, if I said in a boxing match, when somebody jabs you, if they connect, you should pull out a gun and shoot them in the liver, y'all would look at me like I'm crazy, right? I want y'all to hear me out. If we're in a boxing match with a referee and somebody hit me with a jab and I pulled out a gun and shot that person right there in the ring, people would look at me like I'm crazy, right? Would they look at me like I'm crazy or no? For one, I'd get disqualified. For two, I'd probably go to jail. And for three, as a result of the disqualification, I'd lose the bout. So again, I'm gonna ask y'all the same question again. If I'm in a boxing match and I got hit with a jab and I pulled out a gun and shot my opponent, would people look at me like I'm crazy? So now, when it comes to the quote unquote culture war, and I agree 100%, Torian. I said the same thing. I said he's going to have a YouTube channel called Vivek Reacts coming soon. So now my question is, when it comes to a lot of these culture war talking points, are a lot of the culture war talking points jabs? And the reason why they're jabs is because they're looking for an expected response. Is racism and white supremacy part of the United States culture? So if racism and white supremacy are part of the United States culture, my question for everybody is, why would anybody expect somebody appealing to the majority of the United States to not attempt to appease people with racism and white supremacy? Why is that the expectation? Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to YGLTB1 with the $19 super chat. Make sure you guys throw some radiation emoji in the chat and show him some love. He says, we don't need to take a patriot test to prove our loyalty. FBAs have been more loyalty to this country than so-called Judeo-Christians of this country. Judeo-Christians of this country. Facts. Loyal to a fault, if you ask me. Some of that loyalty needs to decay. You guys remember that cartoon Humanoids? In Humanoids, and they had that monster that would look like a dinosaur, but he was made out of bones, and his chest would open up, and he'd be like, decompose, and he'll put you inside his chest, and you would decompose. That's what people need to do with the loyalty. So we all agree that if somebody's trying to pander to 70% of the United States, what we're going to do is we're going to use anti-black talking points. So now here's my question. After all of these years, why is anybody surprised when we see that? Why are people still outraged? Shout out to Vampire Hunter Greg. What's good with it, bro? Now, I want you guys to tell me questions that nobody's asked Vivek Ramaswamy. It's easy to say what everybody has said to Vivek Ramaswamy. What has nobody said to him? With shout YGLTB1 is right, because the majority of people are emotional. Kid Gravity says nobody's asked him, how are you on reparations? I think that we can kind of determine that. I think that he feels nothing about reparations. But it's not a bad idea to ask him. But I'm pretty sure it's a given that he's not on it with reparations. What's something else? There are massive amount of questions that would stomp him three-dimensionally to the ground and completely render any credibility that he has gone. Let me check. My bad, Torian. I missed your question. Hold on. Let me scroll back up real quick. Hold on. World culture. Let me see. Did I miss the question? You're going to podcast. Can you type it in again, Torian? I don't see it. Well, I think that that's a given. Anybody that's anti-black is automatically going to get a good political push. I think that there's plenty of evidence that supports that. I don't think that we necessarily need to ask that. I mean, we could ask that, but we all know that he's just going to deflect and he's just going to say, well, I'm not anti-black. I'm pro-truth. We all know this idiocy. So it's not even, to me, so it's more important to be efficient. You know what I'm saying? Vivek, why are you a bitch? Facts. Definitely could ask that question. Aside from the anti-black things that Vivek has said, which the anti-black things is just icing on the cake, it's decoration. We got to understand that that's how this works. There's people that actually, like, people want to feel this shit. Oh, he said this. You know what I'm saying? He said this shit about me. Oh my God. Got to understand. Icing puts a nice little aftertaste onto the cake, and it makes the cake look nice, but it's not the cake. And that's what I'm talking about being attached to the trauma. That defers away from sending someone to the shadow realm. Aside from any of the anti-black stuff that Vivek Ramaswamy has said, what else has he said? That's my question. What else has he done? What else has he proposed? Yeah, facts. I got to agree with Zentober. Zentober says you can't feel your way through the world. That leads you to stress in an early grave. And look at us. We're dealing with stress in early graves. So, I mean, we are proof that you can't feel your way through the world. You know what I'm saying? What have Vivek's promises been? And this is what I'm saying. I want y'all to pay attention to when it comes to using brain power and recall and just not being on, well, they said this and they said, when it actually comes to strategizing how to dismantle somebody, it's not worth the time and investment. Shout out to Rain King. What's good with it, bro? Let's make, remember, we're dealing with politics, right? So you guys, you know those little things on the bicycle? How many people used to ride a bike? And you know you had those things that go on the spokes of the wheels and they make the noise when you go past, and there's streamers on the steering wheel and the little sequins and all that. All of that is nice in its decoration, but it's not the bike. It's not the vehicle, right? When it comes to these politicians, their anti-blackness are the streamers. It's the decoration. Yeah, shout out to Lloyd Sky 9 and shout out to Kid Gravity, because Kid Gravity was the first person that I heard this from. He's a George Soros sponsored op. Now, the very people who claim that they're against George Soros are rocking with Vivek. So what does that tell you about how they actually feel about Soros? If I'm not mistaken, Trump got loans and financing from Soros. They don't really care about Soros. Facts, Torian. They hate BLM but love Vivek. Make that make sense. As a matter of fact, somebody should make that trend on Twitter. What are some things that Vivek said that he wanted to do politically? How feasible are any of Vivek Ramaswamy's political aspirations? What's the feasibility of them? We're going to assume that we know every anti-black talking point that Vivek Ramaswamy made. And the reason why we know them is because they've been around forever and none of them are original. There's no new 2024 anti-black talking points, are there? So anytime somebody comes with a schematic like Vivek Ramaswamy has, we don't even need to assume anything. We already know the script that he's reading. Deneen says, I honestly don't remember anything past making citizens take a citizenship test. Yeah. You think that was strategic or no? That way, anytime he's confronted by anybody black, all he has to do is say, well, all you people do is concentrate on race. Despite the fact that you're confronting him with stuff that he said about race, he'll sit there and say he's here to talk politics with you, and you keep bringing up race. And then 70% of America will cheer in a loud roar, and your voice will get drowned out because social media suppresses all of our content, and we don't have media outlets, and he'll be yet another quote-unquote hero. How many times have people seen that happen? Aren't people tired of the same results? Aren't people tired of that? Well, the reason why I'm bringing up race is because black people are X, Y, Z in this demographic, and all I want to do is make policy to improve that, because as Americans, we all should be entitled to it. Why do people keep falling for the same nonsense? If people continue to fall for simple tricks, what that means is that you lost. That's what that means. These are tactics and maneuvering. And this is what I was talking about earlier about the jab. Anytime somebody throws a jab at us, we take out a baseball bat and hit them. And despite the fact that you knocked them down, they end up winning on a disqualification. Is that an effective strategy? John Jones, UFC superstar, the best UFC fighter in history, would be undefeated to this day if he didn't use a 12-6 elbow against Matt Hamill. He'd be undefeated. But he used an incorrect tactic, and it cost him. Now, let me ask you guys a question. How much has it cost us using incorrect tactics? And this is where it gets to where you got to ask yourself the question, what is it that people really want? Do people just want the emotional appeasement of Vivek Ramaswamy being smothered in accurate black history? Or do you want him in the oblivion realm, and do you want power? People need to make the choice and draw it in the sand. What is it that people want? And honestly, I think that that's cloudy. It's murky right now. I don't think people really know what they want. You know, you can if there's a weed growing in the grass, you can step on the weed, you can cut the weed at the stem, and you'll feel good because now your property looks good. The weed is gone, right? But guess what? It'll be back next week. And it might be back and more weeds might come back. Or you can uproot it and soak the area with liquid Roundup so that it'll never grow back again. Which one do people want? Torian says, I got a better question, Rob. How about when we begin to gain traction and the rug is pulled right up under in order to stop us from gaining. I call that cowardice on their part. What have they worked for? I agree. And that's one of the reasons why we got to start pulling rugs first. We are dealing with people who buy body parts to hang up in their homes as ornaments. Facts, all of them. That's what they do. You know what I'm saying? So now there's a reason why people don't know anything other than Vivek Ramaswamy's anti-black talking points. And that's specifically so that when confronted, Vivek Ramaswamy can attempt to race shame you and then say that he's there to talk politics and you keep focusing on race. You got to understand the nature of the beast that you're dealing with. Facts. They use anti-blackness as a shield. So when we throw it at them, he has the protection. Exactly. So now my question is, why do people still attack that as a method? Most times when you're attacking something and there's a shield or a force field, right? Or some type of barrier, you find a weakness. You find an opening in the barrier. You don't just keep attacking the armor, right? Isn't that usually how that works? You look for a crack in the armor, or you look for an open spot, or you look for a tender spot that's not protected by a shell. YGLTB1 says our use of hope as a strategy to get us something has been a dismal failure. It's not only been a dismal failure, but people ought to be ashamed of themselves. The way that people who said that that was a bad idea in the past were shamed and called coons. And now the very people who shamed and called people coons, who said that hope was a bad idea, are the very people acting like they're in the front saying that something direct needs to be done. And they're not honest about it either. If you ask me, hope is not a strategy. If you ask me, hope is hopelessness. Hope is lazy. Hope is false. There is no such thing as hope. Torian said, if we use anti-whiteness, we're being divisive. Anti-blackness is as American as Wonder Bread. They say baseball is America's pastime. I beg to differ. Well, if anybody knows about baseball, it's got anti-black roots. So now I want everybody to pay attention to how they've been duped by Vivek Ramaswamy. There's a whole segment of the population that is on that has been primarily focused on the things that he's been saying about them. And there's another segment of the population that's been focused on the things that he's been saying he'd do politically. So now my question is, how do you deal with that? How do you combat that? The problem is that anytime anybody says anything anti-black, the first thing that we tend to knee-jerk want is for them to be quote unquote smothered in the truth. Okay, then what? Okay, that's nice. You got a black history lesson. Now what? Anybody got $1 million in their bank account? because Vivek Ramaswamy now knows some Black history? So now my question for everybody is, how do you make somebody irrelevant? How do you make them erroneous? How do you eliminate them? This is about elimination, sending somebody to the shadow realm. There's a time and a place, right? So let's say, for instance, there's a, oh, you already know, Torian. You already know. There's advertisements for these fights, right? Coming up August 23rd in the blue corner, Kid Gravity. In the red corner, Vivek Ramaswamy. Who will win? Hype. Propaganda, right? Leading up to the fight. Now, you can have a cool commercial, and it don't matter if you got 10 cool commercials and the other person never makes a commercial at all. Everybody would be laughing. Everybody would be rooting for you. But then if you walk out into that ring and get knocked out in the first 40 seconds, all of those laughs that you just got don't mean a damn thing. Man, them commercials was funny as hell. Hell yeah, that shit was funny. But what was the most funny was when you got your ass whooped in the first 40 seconds of the fight. Right? So my question is, how much studying do you think that Vivek Ramaswamy did? What did Teslin ask him about his political goals, aside from the birthrights voting and the citizenship test for voting, or the civics test for voting? Aside from that, what she asked him about? And I agree, Torian. But what'd she ask him about? So now my question is, all of the stuff that she said, what did it do to take away from his actual credibility? Because you guys know how to do the math, right? Greatest and least common denominator. You take away the factors, right? So if we know that a common factor in the United States is anti-black racism, you need to take that away. Deneen Grant says, I don't recall her asking about anything. That's a pretty easy interview then, wasn't it? We're gonna bring a politician on here and I'm not gonna ask him about politics. Shout out to DSA. Two Factor said she questioned his record in regard to what he is propagandizing. That's it. And I think that that's legitimate, but it shouldn't make up the entirety of the interview or the conversation. YGLTB1 is absolutely right. The way we fight WS is to fight with wallets and pocketbooks as a collective to make a statement. But are we willing to endure to the end to get the results that we need? And that's the question. Yeah, I watched the interview. And I also watched that interview that Kid Gravity reacted to. And that woman who was on there, she kind of did the same thing. The woman who Kid Gravity, the woman who Kid Gravity's video was reacting to, that did the interview about Vivek Ramaswamy, she did the same thing. Well, can you just stop talking about us like that? No, they can't. They cannot. They cannot stop hating. They cannot stop being violent, and they cannot stop talking about us. Are you serious? People chopped people up for dinner, fed babies to alligators, lynched, tar and feathered, hung, and deleted people, as well as brutalized them, human trafficked them for 400 years. No, they cannot stop. No. And anybody who adopts that culture also cannot stop. Vivek Ramaswamy has clearly adopted that culture. Which means that no, he cannot stop. Which means that he has to be stopped. So now here's my question. How do you stop him? It's very easy. Oh, word. The Kid Gravity said that Kirstie Kelly woman got mad at me over the reaction video that you did. Really? I thought you did a good job on the reaction video, and you didn't go in on her like a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like, for the most part, you was just critiquing what Vivek Ramaswamy said, and I thought you actually gave her a lot of respect in the reaction video. What I think she might have been upset about is that by you reacting to her video, you might have, quote unquote, dirtied up who she wants looking at her content, if you know what I mean. So that probably is why she got mad. I thought you did a great job with the reaction, and I thought you were accurate, and I thought you were respectful. You know what I'm saying? It was the parenting tweet that she got mad at. Okay. And I got to agree with Val. We shouldn't expect them to stop until we put an end to that. Facts. Facts. So, knowing that, how do you proceed? You show that somebody is full of crap. And Vivek Ramaswamy he's up to his eyeballs in crap. This dude is full of crap. But now, quote unquote, the Breakfast Club, who all of America's eyes are watching to see how the blacks react. Breakfast Club is right along with the BS, and we're going to do pre-programmed reactions. While not talking about politics. Let me ask you guys a question. Is that symbolism? If that's symbolism, give me a thumbs up. If it's not symbolism, give me a thumbs down. Now, I want everybody to understand this, right? Where Carlton way at? I sound like sound like my man Keep It 100. Understand, you know what I'm saying? Understand, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man. Shout out to my man Keep It 100. You know what I'm saying? Vivek Ramaswamy's weak spot is actual politics. He went on the Breakfast Club, you know what I'm saying, to draw an emotional reaction that could then be broadcast all over the place. Now, what I want people to understand, right? Again, shout out to my man, Keep It 100. Understand, you know what I'm saying? Understand this. Understand that I'm not sitting here saying that Vivek Ramaswamy washed Teslin. But at the same time, I'm not going to sit here and say that Teslin washed Vivek either. What ended up happening was a situation like that road rage where that Asian man punched that white dude in the head and missed. That's what ended up happening, if you ask me. Teslin wanted to provide some emotional healing, some good optics to make people feel good. Well, I'm going to tell him about this country that our ancestors built, and I'm going to say it a million times. And I'm going to let him know that he wouldn't be here if it wasn't for okay, well, he's here. You know what I'm saying? And now what did that do? What policy is that addressing? And then you got Vivek Ramaswamy doing the exact same thing. He's going to do the exact same thing. So now I'm not sitting here saying, oh, Teslin, Vivek Ramaswamy destroyed her. Nah, nobody destroyed anybody on that. The only people that got destroyed was people that watched it. Because you wasted about 45 minutes of your life, and time is the most valuable resource, and you'll never get it back. 45 minutes of your life is in the shadow realm. It's in oblivion, and you ain't getting it back. So the only people that lost was you. No, they didn't address any policies. Torian said, again, he had to do the anti-blackness shield buildup because had he not did that before Teslin went at him, he would have not gotten the backup that he did. I agree. And I agree. And the reason why anti-blackness is strategic is because they're all on one accord. Now, if anti-blackness is their weapon and they come into the fight with anti-blackness and we go right at the anti-blackness, there's all of these other tender areas that are open and exposed. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Jab Bad. What's good with it, bro? And shout out to John. What's good with it? But nobody's taking punches at those. So now if you know that a country's major weapon is nuclear weapons, are you going to go and try to directly shoot all the nuclear missile silos, or are you going to do something else? Wouldn't it make more sense to take out the electrical grid so that way you can't launch any nuclear missiles, you can't launch any defense at all, and then you could just do whatever you want to? Wouldn't that make more sense strategically? Yeah. Zentober is onto it. Start trolling them at their lack of understanding in politics. How do you think white people would feel about white kids having to take a citizenship test to vote? Torian said, did you see what that Arizona rep said on the floor when when he said colored people. Nah, I gotta see it. I gotta see that. How would white people feel? Some Indian, Southeast Asian telling them, their kids, you're gonna need to take a citizenship test to vote when you turn 18. Now, mind you, this is the same guy coming from the same group of people that's saying, those universities that you all started, no more alumni privilege. I mean, my question is, where's Charlie Cheon's video about what is Vivek Ramaswamy trying to do to white people? See, that's how you play the game. And now we're living in a time period where white people are ultra triggered about everything, and everything is an attack on white people. You call somebody a Karen, it's an attack on white people. I mean, just go ahead and throw that in there. Hey, little Nathan's going to be taking a citizenship test. Deneen says when they hear him, they don't think that it applies to them. Me personally, I don't think that they think at all. But that's also another advantage. They're moving on emotion as well. Because the same way that we jump at anti-blackness, they jump on anti-blackness. There you shout out to my man John Guillory. Now that I thought about it, that whole event, it was just a waste of time. Vivek is a living troll. He really has no true plans or vision for the future, just talking points. I agree 110%. And now, if you don't have a plan, how do you kick the floor out from somebody? You ask them detailed questions about their plan. Now, I talked to Kid Gravity about this. One thing that we know that's part of the AAPI culture is a lot of intellectual property theft and disrespectful law breaking. Vivek Ramaswamy is effectively attempting to steal Trump's identity, which is in line with the culture. They break trade agreements, they break trade rules, they copyright infringe, and they pirate unapologetically. And what he's doing is pirating Trump unapologetically. Now, if Vivek Ramaswamy came on Blacklight Revelations and I said, "How you doing, Vivek?" and he said, "Black people make up 13% of the population and commit 55% of the crime." And my response to that was, the majority of my subscribers are interested in voting for Trump. Why should they vote for you instead of voting for Trump? How's he going to answer that question? Do I mean that? Is that true? I don't know. I don't know who you guys plan on voting for. I don't know what you guys plan on doing politically. It doesn't matter. It's a question. And it's a question that he doesn't have an answer for. Because why would I get great value cola when I can get Coca-Cola for the same price? Businessman. Oh, okay. Okay, you don't have an answer for that. What's the patent number of those medicines that your companies created? I already know the truth about my history. I already know how significant FBA's ADOS, Freeman, Black American, and Native Indigenous Americans are to the United States. And when I say Native Indigenous Americans, I'm talking about people like John Horst, just so that we're all clear on that. I don't care about any of that. The only thing that I care about is destruction and getting you a nice, cozy position in the oblivion realm. So now I want to ask you guys a question. Let's just assume the majority of people in here are looking at voting for Trump. Why would I supersede my Trump vote and give it to a Vivek Ramaswamy? Now, I'll tell you what, Vivek, I hear you talk about black people all the time, right? All of those things that you talk about, what I want you to do is I want you to show me an estimate of how much further your plan would improve those disparities versus what Trump is doing or would do. You guys think he got an answer for that? Now you're looking really bad. You're looking bad because you're completely unprepared. Because you came into the argument thinking that you were going to expect something that white America told you that you were going to expect. And you ran flat into a brick wall. And you still got an hour and a half left of grueling uncomfortability. And I'm just getting started. Those are the questions that I haven't written down. So get comfortable. I'm gonna go get one of those donuts to sit on, get something to drink. Very easy, very simple. Why hasn't it been done? You call your company anti woke, but you lead many of your campaigns with race conversations. I'm curious as to what the outcome that you desire is from that. And do you feel like you're accomplishing it? And what benchmarks are you basing how you've accomplished that on? Think he's got any? You think he got an Excel spreadsheet? You think he got a Microsoft Access database? He doesn't have anything. Nothing. How difficult is that? He's making stuff up as he goes along. Facts. Facts. So now how do you deal with that? You ask questions that can't be made up. And then you stay on those questions. Vivek Ramaswamy didn't come to talk politics with the Breakfast Club. Vivek Ramaswamy came to make a show. You guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Anytime Vivek Ramaswamy goes anywhere, he goes there to make a show. He's not going there for politics. And a lot of times, people end up falling into that trap where they'll put on a show right along with him. Facts. I might be MC Fact. Shout out to my man MC Fact. What's good with it, bro? But I'm going back live again later. Facts. Now we know what Neely Fuller Jr. said, and this is what I'm talking about. People know what Neely Fuller Jr. says. Shout out to my man John. We know what Neely Fuller Jr. says, but where do you see it in application? If you mention these things, something like what happened to me tonight will even happen. People unsubscribe. Wait a minute, though. I thought we were talking about code. Now we say why people ain't doing stuff that the dude that wrote the code book said to do. People want to get mad and unsubscribe. I don't give a fuck if you unsubscribe. Vivek Ramaswamy still running for president. Now what? Fuck you gonna do about it? Way to give Vivek a black eye by unsubscribing from my channel. You know what I'm saying? Another one down. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? That's the logic. That is the logic that people use. Got to do better, man. Got to do better. Well, we can definitely ask him about his stance on healthcare. We can ask him a lot of questions. We can ask him about his FDA approval rating. We can ask him if we go over it. We can ask him if we go over your policies that you used in healthcare, would they match up your politics in healthcare? Oh yeah, every time I go live, AB, somebody always unsubscribe all the time. But but you know but you know who didn't unsubscribe ever? Esposito. I'm telling you, we live in a bizarro world. A bizarro world. You know what I'm saying? YGLTB1 says, do you think that we as a people have used incorrect terminology to describe our self-awareness? I do agree. I do believe that. Me personally, I believe that most of us are not aware of anything. I think that I remember a long time ago when people used to say that stupid stuff about, well, white people don't understand racism. Y'all remember that? Every time I used to hear that when I was younger, I'd be like, you sound crazy saying that. If you think that they don't understand racism, it's you that clearly don't understand racism. These people have effectively taken over the known galaxy, the known universe through racism, and they don't understand it. Are you serious? What? So if somebody makes a nuclear propulsion engine, are you going to say, well, that person barely understands nuclear physics? What? What if somebody could do a surgery with a safety pin? They were that good. Oh, they barely understand surgery. Are you serious? That's us saying that stupid shit. And then they just play right into it. Well, you know, they don't understand racism. That's right. We don't understand. With all of their wealth, you know what I'm saying, coming from a 5th generation plantation. Like, okay. You know what I'm saying? But then again, like I said, I was one of those people way back in the day that was looking at this kind of stuff, and I would be like, nah, man, y'all sound crazy sitting up here giving these people a pass, talking about they don't understand. What are you talking about? They understood it so well that they made laws based on it and built entire cultures off of it. What are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like, people call me all kinds of names. Now the same people that call me all kinds of names act like they out in front of knowing everything, when the only thing they should actually be in front of is moving traffic. I don't know what to say. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what to say, for real. I really don't know what to say. What do y'all say about something like that? What do you say? What do you do? These people were older, bro. This is when I was young, like when I was like 8, 9, middle school. You know what I'm saying? People in their 30s, 40s, 50s. I see these things and I will ask these questions. The same way I'll ask questions about church. People get mad. You know what I'm saying? I'm one of those type of people that relentlessly ask questions. People don't like that. And I'm gonna be 100% honest. Most times when I ask questions, I know the answers to the questions that I ask. I don't ask questions that I don't know the answers to. Shit I don't know the answer to, I go research it, look it up. I ask questions to pull people's hoe cards without them knowing that I'm pulling your hoe card. See what you talking about. Shout out to my man DeAndre. What's good with it, bro? Yeah, I used to make old people explain themselves, and they ain't like that shit. But that was because of my mom. My mom somehow instilled a value in me to where I was information hungry at a young age. I used to spend hours at a time at the library reading all these books. Starting at the Dewey Decimal System, I read them all. The shout out to the Maple Heights Library. But it was incentivized for me to be information hungry. Shout out to my man KO Kid Fit. What's good? So then when I got all the information that I could get from books, then I would start asking questions wherever else I was supposed to be able to get information from. Places like school, places like adults, places like church. And I noticed that I wasn't able to get the information that I needed from those people because either they didn't have the information or they restricted that information. So I found that one way to easily test somebody's honesty is to ask them a question. Now there's different ways that people can answer a question. You can divert, you can not answer it, you can honestly answer it incorrectly, you can dishonestly answer it incorrectly, or you can say, I don't know. Torian says, Black Light Revelations, does it pain you knowing that the collective aren't on your level of thinking or even beyond it? Or do you think that there are other intellectuals out there that are worthy of your presence? What I actually feel is that everybody is on the same level of intellect as me. And the frustrating thing is that people don't access it. I don't think that I'm any different than anybody else. I think that there were things that led me certain directions, and those things that led the directions that they led have given me a kind of different worldview than other people. I don't see myself as better or worse than anybody, and I don't see anybody as more intelligent or less intelligent than me, because you can easily debunk any of that kind of stuff. Because if you ask me, intelligence in many cases can be looked at as, a function of output and input. Somebody could, somebody could, there could be a person right now that quote unquote isn't as intelligent than me, right? But if life is the ultimate marker and this individual has a mansion and 5 Lamborghinis, what good is my intelligence? You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's cool to be able to answer some questions, but they got 5 Lamborghinis. You know what I'm saying? They got 5 properties. You know what I'm saying? So it's about utilization. It's about a combination of a bunch of different things. And I think that a lot of people listen to negative propaganda more than they realize that they do. And people kind of trap themselves into being able to reach their full pinnacle. I constantly say if you listen to a lot of quote unquote pro blacks, they sound more white supremacist than white supremacists. I try to ask questions, right? And I ask questions, like I said, to pull people's whole cards, but also because I believe that asking questions is one of the ways that people can figure out how to get information or how to logically deduce or how to analyze or how to assess things, right? I don't try to sit there and say you're dumb. We're dumb. We're stupid. I don't do that shit. But if you listen to a lot of other people, they do. And that's why when people listen to my content, they'll be like, man, Rob don't give anybody no breaks. Nah, it's not about I'm not giving anybody breaks. People should embrace their capability. If people embrace their capability, they could change the world, like I said, in less than a year. But it's getting people out of that mental prison where people say this stuff. Shout out to my man Zentober. We're powerless. That's not a badge of honor. And how long are we going to say it? Let me ask you a question. When is the last time you saw a boxing match and during the stare down, somebody said, you're stronger than me? Stipe Miocic and John Jones. Stipe Miocic tell John Jones, you're taller and stronger and more athletic than me. When does that ever happen? So my question is, why do we do it? We say a lot of this stuff. You could watch on YouTube and scroll through YouTube, and you will find a black content creator that calls themselves pro-black or pro-black male or whatever, and they saying the exact same thing as Vivek Ramaswamy. But then Vivek Ramaswamy says it. Tim Pool says it. Tucker Carlson says it. People be loading the ammunition up for these people instead of loading our own ammunition up. I've never once said that people are not capable of doing these things. What do I always say? I always say we're capable of doing the best. What I get frustrated is us not utilizing our capabilities. That's not saying that somebody is dumb, or that's not saying that somebody doesn't know how to use finance, or that's not saying none of that nonsense that I hear all these other people saying that I don't agree with. But somebody will sit there and say that I'm a coon. Yet I am not sitting here saying that black people are like children. Oh, no, we ain't no damn children. How the hell is the oldest race of people in the world like children? It doesn't make any sense. When people start sounding a little bit too much, when I listen, right? And when you start sounding a little bit too much like Tucker Carlson, you start sounding a little bit too much like Vivek Ramaswamy, I start analyzing other things. We don't know how to do politics. Let me ask you guys a question. How many times have you heard somebody say, well, you know, we don't know how to do politics? Which one is it, man? We don't know how to do politics, or we did all of this shit so all these other groups can benefit from us? Which one? I think we do know how to do politics. I think that there's just some bottlenecks that people need to get around. And every business has bottlenecks that they need to get around. The Breakfast Club says it all the time. Facts, two factor. I think we do know how to do politics for our benefit, Deneen. What I think a lot of the problem is I think a lot of the problem is that there's not a long-term concurrent focus on particular issues with a cascading plan of upward mobility. I think that is one of the issues. I think that we are practicing politics in the most efficient capacity that we are organized for right now, which the problem is the organization could be more efficient. I agree 100%, MC Fact. MC Fact says, I found that several black content creators are undercover hating on blacks outside of TD hip hop media and Black Light Revelations too. And Torian and Kid Gravity. And I think one of those reasons why people undercover hate is because that people have become so conditioned to hearing like just negative stuff being said, where it gets to the point where people are like, you know what, they're right. You know what, they're right. And it's like, where's the solutions at? Where's the solutions at? Right. And John and facts. John Guillory says, like streamers such as Amazing Lucas, ever since he's been pro-black, he says we don't know how to do politics. We don't know how to handle money, which I strongly disagree with. Bro, I grew up, like I said, I've told you guys, you know what I'm saying, about my family. You know what I'm saying? We spent a lot of time with my dad's side of the family. You know what I'm saying? My dad, my grandmother, and my grandfather, when they was alive, and my aunts, my uncles, all they did was sat around and watch the news and talk politics. That's all they did. Literally all they did. I don't know if We Lit still in here, but like I said, everybody know me and We Lit grew up together. We Lit to tell you, my dad an evil genius. So I grew up around that. My grandmother was a very smart woman, and so was my grandfather. That's all they talked about. They watch sports. My dad was really into boxing. You know what I'm saying? But they talk politics all the time. They knew how to do politics. Where's the evidence that shows that, quote unquote, black people don't know how to do politics? But this is Amazing Lucas. Amazing Lucas didn't know how to do politics on the conservative side, which is why he's now back on whatever it is that he's doing right now. You didn't do politics right, bruh. You went to the straight pride parade with Milo Yiannopoulos, not us. And when most people do this stuff and they try to put these community, they try to put all this stuff on black people as a whole, man, it's a failure in your life that you can trace back to that nonsense that you're trying to charge everybody else with. You didn't do politics right. Your channel is evidence of it. You want to sit here and say that we don't do politics right? You read a couple Powernomics books and some Dirty Little Secret books, or some Dirty Little Secrets books, and now you think that you got the answers for world domination. You barely out of diapers into pull-ups, my man. You barely eating more than mashed potatoes. You can't do that kind of stuff. It's not honest. When the last time you heard Tucker Carlson sit up there and say, well, white people are dumb? He's still on formula thinking he can handle ribeye steak. Facts. Shout out to John. John says, Black Light Revelation, check this out. On my wife's side of my family, her great aunt was the first black woman to go to Harvard. And I have the book she wrote called Love My Children, but we somehow dumb. Facts. Throw some radiation emoji in the chat for John. That's dope. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys haven't smashed the like button, please make sure you guys take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, make sure you guys hit the bell and subscribe. And also, please make sure you guys share the stream to your social media. Bro, that's facts. Donald Trump called his supporters dumb, and they still ran out and voted for him. Joe Biden said, if you ain't black, you don't vote for me. And look at how many people voted for him. So a lot of this stuff that goes into this is psychological. And one thing that you will find out about these powers is that these powers say the same message. I look on Fox News, they saying some crazy stuff about black people. I look on the Breakfast Club turn around saying the same thing Fox News saying about black people. Umar Johnson sitting up there saying the same thing. Now, I'm not the type of, you guys know I'm a little bit different, right? I'm not the one that's about to sit up here and tell anybody, quote unquote, how to be a black person, right? I want everybody to understand that. I'm not roasting Amazing Lucas. I like Amazing Lucas. I like his content. I liked his content when he was conservative, except for when he would go down that little path. You know what I'm saying? And I always was like, man, if this dude is a smart, articulate dude, I wish that he would just stop doing this nonsense. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not trying to tell him, you know what I'm saying, how to be black or anything. All I'm saying is, you know what I'm saying? Bro, you got to kind of be careful with a lot of the things that you say. You know what I'm saying? You can't sit there and make these blanket statements like, we don't know how to do this. We don't know how to do that. We do know how to do this. We do know how to do that. You know what I'm saying? What needs to happen now is that all of the stuff that we know how to do, we need to build tools to enhance what we do. And that's why I keep talking about the value chain. We do understand politics. Now what we need to do is build value chains to enhance our influence. Not sit up there and make fear porn talking about we don't know how to do anything. What are you talking about? Black people don't know how to do politics. It's black politicians. What are you talking about? Black professors of political science at universities. You know what I mean? Nobody, like a lot of people don't do that. Yeah, he was at the YBLS event at the White House in 2019 with Candace and them. Yeah. And again, hey, I don't feel that people are not redeemable, right? And I actually do believe that, when it comes to the United States, all of the stuff that we have to go through, people should be given a chance to be able to redeem themselves. It's not obvious the path of life that you need to go on. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, though, you got to be observed and critiqued. Probation type shit. You know what I mean? I like Amazing Lucas, but sometimes, people be trying to ride on two wheels when you still need training wheels on. It's some things that he's said that kind of, even, after his, his transition, that I'm kind of like, like, bro, you ain't got to do all that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't got to do all that, bro. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes, but then a lot of times he says stuff that's spot on. Me personally, I'm a very logical, information, data, results driven person. So if people are just talking about stuff, nah, I don't care about none of that. See, like, I'm the dude that, like, back in the day, you talking about fighting, you talking about beating somebody up, I don't want to hear none of that. Where they at? Like, let's get it in. So if people like, oh, we this, I don't want to hear none of that. I want to see the results. I want to build results. You know what I'm saying? I understand the complaints. But for every complaint, we should be working on a way to remedy the complaint. Complaints without remedy are a waste of time, if you ask me. And like I said, time is the only irreplaceable asset. You know how they talk about burning those coins when it comes to cryptocurrency? Like Shiba's doing a coin burn, so just 1 million coins won't exist anymore. Time is always coin burning. You know what I'm saying? Time is always coin burning. And it's like, I don't know, it's like it don't register. You know what I mean? And that's why, stuff like the Vivek Ramaswamy on the Breakfast Club, that sticks out to me. Because I feel that a more effective job of rendering the obviousness of Vivek Ramaswamy's uselessness could have been done on the Breakfast Club, instead of trying to shove history that we already know and are confident down his throat to make people feel good. Oh, Tesla got his ass. Okay. Now he's somewhere else saying the same thing. I want a headline of how he goes 2 straight hours without being able to answer a single question. And then what kind of a president are you if you don't have a plan to do anything? Strategy. Strategy. You know what I'm saying? You can't go into the boxing match with a bunch of just overhand punches and all kind of weird stuff. Strategy. Vivek Ramaswamy is everywhere that he goes to put on a show. That's why he's always smiling. Look at his mannerisms. Look at his body language. He's there. He's having a good time. He might have changed his demeanor up a little bit, but he didn't sweat any of his makeup off, did he? Now, Rudy Giuliani has sweat makeup off, but I don't think Vivek Ramaswamy ever sweated any makeup off. You guys remember that guy at the end of Indiana Jones? And what was that? The Raiders of the Lost Ark. And when they opened up the Ark of the Covenant, those things came out of it, and that dude's face melted off. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's what you're gonna be looking like after you leave over here. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna be leaving here with your hair intact, looking like Elvis Presley wig, and your makeup still in place. Nah, bro, you're gonna leave. You're gonna leave with just a skull, and you're gonna be like Clayface on Batman. See, that's how you do that. Strategy. So now here it says trying to beat Trump by embracing him. Vivek Ramaswamy's 2024 strategy is unusual to other Republicans. Okay. Vivek Ramaswamy has emerged as one of the most vocal defenders of Donald Trump, which has some other Republicans scratching their head because Ramaswamy and Trump are technically rivals in the 2024 primary race. So now let me ask you guys a question. What does that tell you about Vivek Ramaswamy? And here's another question. Why didn't Teslin ask him about this? Any thoughts? Anybody got any idea? Because that's a good question that you can nail him on. That's a good place to get him right there. So now, wait a minute. Do you want yourself to win the presidency, or do you want Trump to win the presidency and you're just running to quantitatively ease the numbers to help Trump out? Which one is it? Since launching his long shot presidential campaign in February, Ramaswamy, a biotech founder, has regularly rallied to Trump's side, including issuing a challenge last week for his fellow GOP primary candidates to vow to pardon Trump if Trump is convicted of mishandling government secrets, an allegation that he denies. What I want you guys to tell me in the comment section, what is Vivek Ramaswamy doing right here? He's making a campaign more for Trump than he is for himself. Would you guys agree? Do you notice that? Do you guys notice that? Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys haven't smashed the like button, make sure you guys smash the like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, make sure that you guys hit the bell. If you're not getting notifications, make sure that you hit up the Discord link that's in the chat. And please share the stream to your social media. I want you guys to think about this. Think deep about it. When heckled earlier this year at the Conservative Political Action Conference, which why would Ramaswamy be heckled at the Conservative Political Action Conference? Let's start there. I agree 100%. YGLTB1. And me personally, I don't hate to say it because maybe by us saying it, maybe next time she'll be prepared. You know what I'm saying? But YGLTB1 says, I hate to say it, but she was not as prepared as she should have been to interview him. I agree. So now here's my question. Why hasn't anybody asked him about, well, why do you think they heckled you at the Conservative Political Action Conference, and who else was being heckled? But when he was heckled earlier this year at the Political Action Conference, Ramaswamy said that he loves Trump. Though by way of differentiating himself from Trump, he argues that he would be more effective as president at building on Trump's first-term policies. So if you feel that as president, your biggest asset is that you could build onto Trump's first-term policies, why would I not vote for Trump? There's no evidence yet that you can build policies that anybody can build on. And if your whole platform is based on building off of another president's policies specifically, why would I just not vote for that president if that individual is an option? By the time I get through with him, he'll be wishing we were talking about black people. I don't want to talk about anything other than you. That's what you're here for, right? We're going to put you on the table and open you up just like how Dexter does people. You know what I'm saying? That strategy has Republicans questioning the lack of a consistent contrast posed by Ramaswamy and wondering if he in fact has ambitions outside of the Oval Office. Vivek Ramaswamy says that he wouldn't seek to charge Biden if elected president. He's very much the zeitgeist of some of the more esoteric cultural conversations happening in the party and in the country. But I don't understand this strategy of running against Donald Trump while not running against Donald Trump, said Iowa GOP strategist Donald Kochel. If you think you're going to be a better president, then you have to make the case of why you're going to be a better president. And if you're not doing that, then what are you doing? So what I want people to understand is that an Iowa GOP strategist said this and Teslin didn't. That's the takeaway here. Somebody within his party criticized him in that way and Teslin didn't. That's the takeaway. Now, what's that mean? What's that say? What's that say about the Breakfast Club? What's that say about the reason why Vivek Ramaswamy went on the Breakfast Club? Seriously, I'm dead serious. I want to know what you guys think. What's that say? Facts. Hurricane says it seems like he only gets interviews by those who know they won't challenge him on his stances with Trump, including the Breakfast Club. Facts. You think Vivek Ramaswamy has a don't say Trump interview policy? which means that anytime you get Vivek Ramaswamy in a corner, you need to say Trump as many times as you can. What's a debate between Ramaswamy and Trump going to look like? It's going to look like a bloodbath. If all that you're selling me is that you can do a good job building on what somebody else already built, if the architect himself is in the race, why would I not vote for the architect? I want somebody to explain that to me, please. Does that make any sense? Ramaswamy, who has written several books lamenting liberalism and what he sees as the decay of a national identity, has leaned deep into the culture wars in his campaign so far. So now, that's interesting, right? Because let me ask you guys a question. When it comes to leaning deep into the culture war, as far as popular candidates go, how is that helping anybody? Ron DeSantis's campaign is tanking, and he's the original quote unquote culture warrior. So now my question is, if you're supposed to be running for president, one of the things that you'd have to do when you're running for president is identify trends. And if you see that the culture war isn't working for candidates like Ron DeSantis, it's having a negative effect, what kind of effect do you think that it's going to have on your campaign? And how do you feel about Trump's stance on affirmative action? Because remember, your politics are a build off of Trump, or do you have anything original? Right? But again, what we have to ask the question, why is it that somebody with no production budget and a YouTube channel of 4,261 subscribers is able to ask these questions on the fly, but a multi-million-dollar media organization that has 5 million subscribers on YouTube and gets billions of views and has unlimited production budget is not able to come up with those questions? I think that's fair to ask. I think it's fair. You guys think that that's a fair question? So now here it says he has vowed to eliminate both the U.S. Department of Education and the FBI. Okay, so that's what Vivek Ramaswamy is going to do. Now, how many people knew that he had vowed to eliminate the U.S. Department of Education and the FBI? That's what he vowed to do. Everybody can say everything that he said about black people, but my question is, how many people knew that he said he was going to get rid of the U.S. Department of Education and the FBI? Shout out to Torian. Torian said, Black Light Revelations, you asked earlier, was the Breakfast Club considered black media? Here you are as black media asking all the right questions. How do we get you to ramen noodles is the question. That's the value chain, Torian. That's the facts. That's the facts. And see, I guarantee you what would happen is that Vivek Ramaswamy would dodge this. Because see, Vivek Ramaswamy, one thing that Teslin said that was true was that Vivek Ramaswamy is primed for debate because of his Ivy League school experience. But one thing where people who are primed for debate have a weakness at is that they're used to rattling off talking points. They're not used to being interviewed. And if you pay very close attention, people will always revert to their truest form. Always. When backed in a corner, animals are mean and nasty. When humans don't have anything, they result to crime. People always resort to their id, their visceral, raw reflex. Vivek Ramaswamy will always revert to debating. So how do you suffocate Vivek Ramaswamy? You stuff questions down his throat and say, debate that. You stuff questions down his throat like Jason Love and Lana the Plug. And then you say, debate that. Black people make up 13% of the population and 55% of the crime. And Trump's running in 2024. I want to know why Vivek Ramaswamy never cites any of his business successes as evidence that he would be a competent politician. If I'd increased net income 20% over my time as CEO, if I increased shareholder value 75% in my time as CEO, if I came out with 4 market-leading products in my time as CEO, I think that those would be things that would apply to, positive attributes of why somebody might want to look to my leadership. But I haven't heard anything like that. Is your company publicly traded? What kind of testing does your company do on its medicines? Yeah, I saw that. Teslin asked about his work in leadership positions while in college. It was non-existent on his Wikipedia page up until that day. The next day, it was on that. Yeah, I saw that. But now, here's my thing, right? If Vivek Ramaswamy was actually a worthwhile candidate, I would have said, I don't have any leadership experience. However, I do have faith in my policies and my knowledge of analysis of what's going on and the changes in the United States. And I feel that my common sense approach plus my analysis of a lot of the things going on here in the United States would make sense and be a reason for people to get behind me as well as what I'm trying to do. Because despite the fact that I may not have leadership experience, I've come up with solutions that can lead the United States to being a more prosperous country and a stronger world power. Very simple. Right? Took me 2 seconds to think of that. I don't have any leadership experience. Who does? How many people have parent experience before they become parents? The fuck you asking me about that shit for? Well, what makes you think that you should be a parent? I don't know. Because I can produce children? Because I'm responsible? because I had good parents growing up and they probably subliminally influenced how I'll parent. I don't know. What makes you think that you're a leader? I don't know, because America is allegedly a great country and America produced great leaders and I'm a product of America. Oh, I mean, very easy. Anybody could come up with a rebuttal. That sounds good for that. Anybody except Vivek Ramaswamy. Thank goodness it was Tesla asking him his questions and not Vladimir Putin, right? So now he also wants to use the military to stem illegal border crossings and ban gender affirming care for minors. Now, here's my question. If the FBI is gone, where is Border Patrol going to get their intelligence from? Are we just going to have a CIA? I mean, what FBI is going to be gone. He has also supported raising the voting age to 25, a pledge that would require amending the Constitution with exception for those that serve in the military, for first responders, and for those who pass the civics test used to grant citizenship. Now, if you ask me, that sounds like a culture war on white people. You got an Asian man telling white people in a white country that you need to be reduced to immigrant status. See how that one goes. You know what I'm saying? Let's see how that goes. You know, you tell little Timmy he got to be 25 to vote because an Asian man told him to. In Glendale, Arizona. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Now, I think that a good question that somebody could ask Vivek Ramaswamy is, do you feel inspired to increase the voting age because you were involved in voting so late in your life? Is this a personal experience based policy, or where did that come from? Because you didn't vote in your first election until you were way over the hill, right? Like you didn't vote until you were post wall, right? So I'm just curious. So that somehow benefited you positively to the point where you feel that everybody should have the benefits of being post wall, and after being post wall, you're able to vote. Okay. I mean, is that a fair question? So again, why my question is, how come nobody asked that question? So now here it says, in an interview with NBC News, Ramaswamy said that he was running for White House in part to fill a moral vacuum that the left is seeking to fill with a vision of identity grounded in race, sexuality, gender, and climate. So now my question would be, what created the moral vacuum? Because what I find fascinating is that both the left and the right use the quote unquote moral arguments. So I want to ask all of you guys, What moral vacuum? What are we talking about here? And again, if we can easily ask these questions, if we can easily break these questions down, then we got to ask the question why it is that news organizations with millions of dollars in resources aren't able to ask these questions. When given the opportunity to go after Trump on policy, Ramaswamy took his shots, suggesting that he would go further in office than Trump did during his 4 years in the White House, and that the former president has veered from his initial appeal. Now, my question is, if you want to build on Trump's policies, how has he veered from his initial appeals when all of your presidential talking points and what you plan on doing is stemming from things that Trump did? He clearly didn't lose his appeal to you. So who did he lose his appeal to? If your presidential candidacy is you advertising to America that you will expand on what Trump did, then my question is, who did Trump lose his appeal to? He clearly didn't lose his appeal to you or to the people that you want to vote for you, right? Right? Are these logical, normal, and fair questions to be asking, guys? If these are logical, normal, and fair questions to be asking, give me a thumbs up. If these questions make no sense, they're not fair, they're completely irrelevant, and have no place being talked about, then give me a thumbs down. I'm taking the America First agenda farther than Donald Trump did. Far further than Donald Trump, because I'm doing it based on first principles and moral authority, not just vengeance and grievance, he said. So, what I want you guys to do is pay attention to the blatant plagiarism. And my question is, when Vivek Ramaswamy runs out of politics to plagiarize, what's he going to do in office? Bruh, when you run out of politics to plagiarize, what are you going to do in office? What are you going to do? You're going to sit there with the air conditioner on? You're going to put your big chin over the vent so that it can get some air? What are you going to do? That's the case I make to our base. It's not diet Donald Trump or Trump without the diet. There are others making that case. So right there, he's talking about Ron DeSantis. My case is bolder than that. What is your case? He's like everybody else that goes to work. He's making a briefcase. So now here it says, I think Trump is not the same person today that he was 8 years ago, he added, which most people aren't. Let me ask you guys a question. Is it safe to say that 99.9% of humanity are not the same people that they were 8 years ago? Is that a fair statement to say? I'm closer to Trump in 2015 than Trump is to Trump in 2015. So again, I want you guys to understand that when it comes to Vivek Ramaswamy, his measure of effectiveness is how close he is to Trump. His words, not mine. I Facts. I agree 100%. Torian said, Rob, he is doing what his culture does best. Lie and cheat and steal occasionally. I mean, he's literally trying to sit there and tell you that his selling point is that he's a better Trump than Trump. If I have Vivek Ramaswamy over here and Trump over there, and somebody asks me who I should vote for, Vivek Ramaswamy's case for me voting for him is that he's a better Trump than Trump. That's crazy talk. That is insanity. So now my question is, why hasn't anybody called him out on that? This is a very easy elementary call out. This is very easy, not a challenge at all. I'll tell you why nobody's called him out. He's got everybody distracted on the anti-black shit. So while everybody is punching at something else, the target is way over here. And the target is one of the biggest bullseyes ever. Could you imagine if you went to the bar and the whole back wall was a bullseye? Everybody would be playing darts. But like Torian said, goes back to what I said about the anti-black shield. Give me the little gold star. Facts. So now here it says, I'm 37. I've got fresh legs. I'm not yet jaded and cynical and tired and defeated. Maybe I will be in some ways 8 years from now. Trump made his contributions. A Trump campaign spokesperson did not respond to a request for comment on this criticism from ABC News. On personality, though, Ramaswamy was more equivocal. On top of vowing to pardon Trump if elected president, Ramaswamy suggested the allegations about Trump's handling of sensitive documents were reflective of possible bad judgment, but not criminal offenses. I'm especially skeptical here, he said, of the 37-count indictment against Trump. If the facts described in there are true, then I think it is reflective of very poor judgment on President Trump's part. So now what I find fascinating is that aren't all criminal acts a result of poor judgment? So you're not giving anybody a green light. You're not saving anybody by saying that. If I decide to sell drugs instead of get a legitimate career like Vivek Ramaswamy says all black people do, that's a bad judgment call, right? So now, if Trump did something that was a bad judgment call, what only matters is that it was criminal. Did he commit a crime or not? It's the only thing that matters. I would have made different judges than he made. But a bad judgment is not the same thing as breaking the law. It actually absolutely is. If you make a bad judgment and that judgment leads you or is part of an action that's illegal, it is the same thing as breaking the law. But what I want you guys to pay very close attention to is that what we have here is somebody running for the executive branch that seems like he might kind of be interested in superseding his checks and balance power on interpreting the law with the judicial branch. Because now what he's saying is that, bad judgment isn't necessarily breaking the law. Well, if I want $100,000 in a week and I decide to go get a kilo of cocaine and sell it, hey, man, I made a bad judgment. Doesn't necessarily mean I did a criminal act. Actually, I did. My bad judgment, acting on my greed and haste, led me to an illegal activity. Trump's failure of judgment, thinking that he could do whatever he wanted to do without any consequences, led him to have documents in places where they shouldn't have been. If that's what happened. There's a lot of times where people are packaging these things up, you know what I'm saying? And there's teams that put this stuff into boxes. And one of the things that people found with these things that they found in Mar-a-Lago was that a lot of this stuff hadn't even been unpackaged. So it's almost like some of the stuff could have possibly been planted. But again, when you're dealing with a government that's as corrupt as ours, we don't know. But Trump's responses to it basically shows that he feels that he can do whatever he wants. Now, whether he actually is guilty of doing this or not, we don't know. But what Vivek Ramaswamy is basically saying is that he can do whatever he wants. And he can, supersede what the law is. Prosecutors describe their case very differently. The indictment describes in detail how Trump allegedly held onto government secrets after leaving office and refused to return them. Even prosecutors claim disclosing some of them on the classified information to unauthorized people. On the campaign trail, Ramaswamy and his allies don't see a contradiction between his jabs on Trump's policy and the defense of Trump himself. So there goes your boy right there. The only reason why people look at this individual as intelligent is because he's not black. I want people to understand that. The world has set a standard to where it is automatically acceptable to assume that anybody who is a black male is an idiot and unworthy of being listened to. So much to the point where, unfortunately, many black people have bought that nonsense, which is one of the reasons why all of these people patron themselves, and a majority of black people would rather hear information and news coming from a white person than coming from a peer who has qualifications and education to deliver you the same information tailored for you. People got to get out of that mind state. So now here it says it's not a matter of taking a position for President Trump. It's a matter of taking a position on the rule of law and the fact of how this is all transpiring. So he states his position clearly and is not coddling to President Trump or coddling to Trump's voters. He speaks what he believes is the truth, said New Hampshire State Representative Fred Dossett, who is a strategist for Ramaswamy's campaign in the state. While early polls show Ramaswamy is not receiving anywhere near the same GOP voter support as Trump, the frontrunner or Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, he is around the same level as former Vice President Mike Pence and South Carolina Tim Scott, according to 538's average of surveys. At Pence's campaign launch this month in Iowa, several attendees organically brought up Ramaswamy in conversations with ABC News. What's more, Ramaswamy claims to have already clinched a spot on the debate stage later this year by getting the necessary donors, at least 40,000 national contributors and at least 200 unique donors per state or territory in no fewer than 20 states or territories. So now let me ask you guys a question. How many people know or knew what the debate stage donor qualifications were. I didn't even know that there were debate stage donor qualifications. I didn't know that. This is something that I learned brand new tonight. Now, if you listen to other content creators, they'll sit there and tell you that they know everything, which is proof that they don't know shit. But I didn't know this. This is brand new for me. You know what I'm saying? We're learning together. You know what I'm saying? So now here's my question, right? Now that we know this, my question is, how do we put a grassroots politician on the debate stage? Here's the recipe. Getting the necessary donors. So now, you guys remember when I used to do those all money ain't good money videos, and we would talk about the donors that go into the politics? This is something that we could be doing while we're not voting, is getting donors together to try to get somebody who we feel would service our needs onto a political stage, but that hasn't been suggested. So my thing is that if that hasn't been suggested, how will it ever get eyes on it to get done? And then if it doesn't get done and we don't get a candidate and there's no politics happening, how do we get any politics done? When you start seeing the mechanical, when you start seeing the machine and you start seeing the mechanical gears and how all of this stuff works and what actually needs to be put in place, you got to start doing a backwards count of all of the people that have been dealing with these kind of things and asking where the blueprints were starting at the date when these things were started, and asking why is it not in existence? What's been going on this entire time? And that's, anybody got any answer for me on that? You know, I don't know what's been going on the entire time. That's why I'm asking. What's been going on this whole time? What's more is Ramaswamy claims to have already clinched a spot on the debate stage later this year by getting the necessary donors, at least 40,000 national contributors, and at least 200 unique donors per state or territory in no fewer than 20 states or territories, a threshold that other candidates are anticipated to struggle to meet. Ramaswamy's fundraising will not be publicly verified until after his campaign's first Federal Election Commission filings are due on July 15th. I think it's going great for someone who basically has zero name recognition by polling where he is because of his voice and his positions, Dosset said. I think we're really in a great spot. Ramaswamy's strategy has also won fans among Trump supporters, which should be expected because literally all he did was steal Trump's strategies. So nobody should be surprised by that. Like, nobody should feel anything about that. Let me ask you guys a question. If I decided to super coon and go on social media platforms and say the N-word a million times in a derogatory way, do you think that I could get Trump supporters to watch me? What do you guys think? You think I'd see a bump in my channel growth? Ramaswamy's strategy has won fans among Trump supporters. Now, fans are different than voters, right? Fans are very different than voters, even if they're still pulling for the former president. So if they're pulling for the former president, I mean, yo, Ramaswamy, we might like the way you say the N-word, but we voting for Trump. Hey, Tim Scott, we like how you being a coon, but we voting for Trump. That's what that means. I think Vivek has been the best messenger to the base of non-Trump candidates in this race, said one GOP operative who was supporting Trump and asked not to be quoted by name. Still, this person conceded. I don't know if it actually matters in the end because I think the race is so baked in for Trump right now. And I agree. I mean, this dude is, look at this now. This dude is such a swagger jacker. He got the truth piece of paper and the truth hat. Come on, bruh. What people should understand right here is that Vivek Ramaswamy is really exposing the population at large and their weakness for vanity appeal. If you ask me, the population at large has the same weakness for vanity appeal that we have as far as emotional reaction to racism. And what I find fascinating is that people don't really exploit that. You could serenade the shit out of the population at large, or you could seduce the shit out of them motherfuckers and then push them right off a cliff if you wanted to. But it's not what people want to do, I guess. But the evidence is there. Other Republicans question the philosophy of flicking at the differences with Trump in one sentence while supporting him in another. They may have a great plan that they're not talking about. They may have thought this through, but it's not hard to be the biggest cheerleader in the race for President Trump, and somehow he gets votes. New Hampshire-based GOP strategist Dave Carney said, from the non-Trump people, it's not going to happen. And from the Trump people, it's not going to happen. Trump's appeal is his personality. And I've said this. Trump is a complete package of character, politics, policies. Trump is a package. You know what I'm saying? He's a human brand. And I've said this before. He's got charisma. There's a different appeal that Trump has. And honestly, if you pay attention to the anti-Trump things that people say, that's one of the main reasons why they compare him to, you know what I'm saying, to A.H., to the World War II guy. Because of that ability and that charisma to create a hypnotic cult-like following and loyalty from people. That's one of the things that they fear about Trump. You know what I'm saying? So you cannot copy Trump's package. You can't copy his personality. Like, you're a knockoff. You know what I mean? Like, you're RC Cola. People will you're just like Pepsi. People will drink you until there's Coca-Cola available. And then when there's Coca-Cola available, you'll sit on the shelf and lose your fizz. It would be more strategic of Vivek Ramaswamy to create his own political profile. But for whatever reason, he's not doing that. But for whatever reason, people aren't taking him to task on that. He's allowed to be Trump Jr. Everybody's okay with it, including the Breakfast Club. I don't know what to say. Trump's appeal is his personality, Carney added. It isn't based on policy. You're not going to out-Trump Trump, which is exactly what Vivek Ramaswamy said that he was going to do. Vivek Ramaswamy said that he was more Trump than Trump just earlier in the paragraph. You guys recall that? If you guys remember that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't remember that, give me a thumbs down. He literally just said that a couple paragraphs ago. And I agree, Zentober, 100% facts. Carla said AH and DT families have the same lineage. Genetic determinism. Black pill. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says that view, which is shared by half dozen Republican strategists who spoke with ABC News for this story, has led some to think that Ramaswamy's ambitions actually lie in some future cabinet position or media role. And shout out to Torian because he said that, and I agree with that. Honestly, I think that Ramaswamy is going hard in the paint for second place. Ramaswamy knows that Trump's not going to pick him for vice president. Man, you mentioned black pill and involuntary cell comes out. What's going on, involuntary? What's going on with you? So now here it says one source familiar with Ramaswamy's campaign told ABC News that he's a true believer in what he thinks, but scoffed at the idea that Ramaswamy would ever occupy the Oval Office. I think he's running to be Tucker Carlson's replacement, the source said, not Donald Trump's replacement. Man, them people called him out. Doing much better than last time I came here. That's what's up, bro. I'm glad to hear that. I actually agree that Ramaswamy is absolutely trying to be Tucker Carlson's replacement and not Trump's. What do you guys think? I think that you think Ramaswamy's gonna address that comment? Because if you ask me, that's actually pretty degrading. You know what I mean? That's really getting the card pulled on you, and I don't think he's got any smoke for that. But now this is interesting, right? Because Tim Pool posted this video, and what it says here is that Vivek Ramaswamy is skyrocketing in polls after Tucker Carlson's forum. So now my question is, how many people saw or heard about this quote unquote Tucker Carlson forum? And here's the even better question. How do you get fired from your job and all of a sudden you have a forum where you have all of these politicians that you're talking about? Value chain, value chain, value chain.
We have this clip here from Tucker as well. Vivek tweeted a clip. I want to play for you guys. I'll just play it.
You know, my parents came to this country with almost no money. I've gone on to found multi-billion-dollar companies. And then people tell me, oh, that's because you had privilege. They tell me white.
Now, here's my question. Can he name the individual that told him that he had privilege or white privilege? Who is the person that said that? Who are these people? Because if it was so influential that you bring it up all the time, you should remember exactly who said it. Right? So who said it? So now what I want you guys also to pay very close attention to is pay very close attention to how Tucker Carlson is utilizing his value chain to signal boost the message of Vivek Ramaswamy, which then this message is being signal boosted by Tim Pool's value chain. So what we have here is about, I'd say at the least 11 million minimum possible viewers that could view this message. How many possible viewers do we have that could view our message? We can't even get Ice Cube to come have a sit-down talk with us. He'd rather talk with Bill Mayer, but he gets a pass because he's Ice Cube and he wrote a contract. Don't touch Ice Cube now. Don't touch him now. Nah, fuck that. Everybody can get touched.
Privilege. It's sort of weird. It's sort of an interesting. It's kind of interesting.
Do you tell him?
Tucker's great.
I said, take the blindfold off. and now
Do
you
you
have your
tell him?
answer. But the interesting answer is actually what I do tell him, Tucker, is that I did have privilege. I didn't grow up in money, but I had two parents in the house, a mother and a father, with a focus on education and a faith in God. And you know what? That is the ultimate privilege. That if I'm going to enjoy that, every kid in this country ought to enjoy it too.
Faith in a God you can't prove is the ultimate privilege. Do you guys agree with that? If you guys agree with that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Now, here's my question. Did you come to the United States with a faith in God, or did you come to the United States with a faith in Brahma, Shiva, and Vishnu? Which one? Because honestly, I think that a faith in Brahma, Shiva, and Vishnu is probably slightly more accurate than a faith in one of the many imaginary white guys with a white beard. But hey, he believes in God. He wants the manna. He wants to eat the manna. You know what I'm saying? He wants to eat the manna, and he wants to drink the grape juice, and he wants the little breadcrumbs.
Had two parents in the house, a mother and a father, with a focus on education and a faith in God. And you know what?
Well, that's interesting, because that sounds a lot like what I was describing to you guys that went on into my family. But for some reason, Tucker Carlson is telling a bunch of Mayo munchers that that's not what happened. Everybody's a result of an asexual family. Black people in specific. Because we're not going to use identity politics or talk about race unless we're talking about black people in a negative way. We could talk about black people and bring up race in a negative way. Unlimited. You start talking positive about black people, got to get race out of the conversation. He wants to deep throat that manna. You know what I'm saying? He wants that land of milk and honey. He wants that milk and honey running down his chin onto his chest. You know what I'm saying? Thy mouth shalleth overfloweth.
Is the ultimate privilege. That if I'm going to enjoy that, every kid in this country ought to enjoy it too.
So we have from that clip, and the reason I wanted to play it is I'm going to
now. I agree. Follow me here. How many people agree with what Vivek Ramaswamy said? He benefited from two people in the family. And that's a privilege that every American should benefit from. So now, my question is, well, being that I'm a part of the group that you seem to focus so much of your talk about more than Donald Trump, because Donald Trump didn't talk about black people as much as Vivek Ramaswamy does. But since I'm a part of that group that you focus a lot of your talking points on, and you feel that that's a privilege. My question is, how would a vote from me for Vivek Ramaswamy guarantee that your politics will deliver that to the group of people that you talk about the most? Because politics is about delivery, right? So when Vivek Ramaswamy talks about black people as much as he does, the only assumption that I can make is that everything that he talks about as far as talking about black people is something that he plans to deliver to black people. What's your delivery plan? Let me ask you guys a question. Anybody who's ever watched or followed Vivek Ramaswamy, anybody who's ever listened to anything that he said on any podcast or anything like that, has he ever given a delivery method? So now my question is, if he's never given a documented delivery method that can be quoted somewhere, why are people not asking him about the delivery methods? Teslin. A little bit scripted, a little bit.
Refresh for you right now the prediction markets for the GOP presidential nomination, which currently has Vivek Ramaswamy at 13 cents, Ron DeSantis at 15, and Trump at 62. Trump, the clear frontrunner. Let's refresh and see where we're at. And Vivek has dropped down by 1 cent. Ron DeSantis has gone up by 1 cent. These things are very much in flux, considering these clips are still going around right now. But Vivek Ramaswamy has skyrocketed. I mean, if we take a look at this, let's go to 90 days.
So now I want you guys to pay very close attention to what they're saying. Vivek Ramaswamy has quote unquote skyrocketed. Now, my question for you guys is, why has Vivek Ramaswamy skyrocketed? Or why do people think that Vivek Ramaswamy has skyrocketed? And Pi Squared says MAGA doesn't do skin color or groups of people. MAGA absolutely does skin color and groups of people, and all they talk about is how white lives matter. The people in Minnesota have the good genetics of the world, which I completely disagree with, because I don't understand how certain things can be considered quote unquote good. But MAGA absolutely does skin color. As a matter of fact, there was a MAGA rally where a woman was wearing a mask with a black penis on her nose. So I don't know where you've been, Pi Squared, but you might want to put Pi Squared back in the calculator and get a rational number. That might be what you want to do. Or another thing that you might want to do is you might want to 2 pi r the perimeter to the point. You might want to do that. Just saying. Tommy Tuberville said that black people are the criminals. Marjorie Taylor Greene said that it's America's whiteness that's responsible for its greatness and ingenuity. MAGA doesn't do color. MAGA does a lot of color. I've seen a lot of MAGA Karens really upset and their face turned to the same color as a tomato. There's a lot of different ways that MAGA does color. So you might want to stop lying. You might want to stop lying and start telling the truth. I mean, no one will ever get anywhere as long as people lie. People will never get anywhere as long as people lie. You need to look this stuff up, Pi Squared. As a matter of fact, Marjorie Taylor Greene said it while she was at that conference with Nick Fuentes, which she was at a conference with Nick Fuentes, a white supremacist who's not white. Because she agrees. You know, another thing that Marjorie Taylor Greene said was that white men in prison are one of the reasons why prison reform needs to be done, because they don't have any good reading material. No, I don't have to back up what I'm saying when it's literally on the internet. Get off of Rumble and go put it in Google and then come back. My ancestors did 400 years of labor for your lazy ass. You can actually put something in Google and bring yourself back here. I don't do work for people like you. I work people like you. You know what I'm saying? So as long as we're clear on that. As long as we're clear, like your pigmentation, then we're straight.
Is in the prediction market. Take a look at this. He's jumping. He is climbing the ranks. DeSantis is dropping down rather quickly. I do think, and again, these are not polls, but I think the people who are tracking the political landscape, who are making bets on what is going to, what the outcome is going to be, I think we're very close to seeing Vivek Ramaswamy take second place relatively soon.
I think that.
So
like,
now, what I want people to pay very close attention to is that Vivek Ramaswamy is trending to be in second place. He's not very far on this poll here. He's not very far behind Ron DeSantis. You know what I'm saying? So now my question is, what do people think about that? And why do you think that it's trending that way? It's amazing, right? I want to break something down. White people will sit there and say, well, how does racism affect anybody that's alive today? You show them proof. 100 lawmakers, Adosos, Jackie Johnson, value chain DA, attempting to help the McMichaels family hide. Tulsa, Oklahoma. They ask for examples, which they already know, because it was them and their relatives involved. You give the examples, and after you give them what they asked, then they cry woke. Then they cry woke. As long as something is on the internet in the form of an article or someplace, something where somebody can look up with a simple Google search, look it up, and then call yourself woke after you prove yourself wrong. And that is how you crush people. You don't give people room to breathe. You crush them. And once all of the air is out of the windpipe, you squeeze harder. That's what pythons do. I keep trying to tell people, I don't know if you guys saw that stream that I did on my other channel, but there's no honor in playing nice. If you're playing nice, then I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but if you're playing nice, you're playing yourself. Would you guys agree or would you disagree? And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys haven't smashed that like button, please take a moment. Make sure you guys smash the like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, make sure you guys hit that bell. And please share the stream to your social media.
Place relatively soon.
I think that like what Vivek said at the very end, like I'm an agnostic and I agree with him. Like,
Oh, hands down.
you
That
know,
clip was fantastic.
yeah, absolutely. And
Family privilege.
that's
So now that clip was fantastic, right? So now what I want you guys to pay very close attention to is that all of these pale males here, the only thing that they care about is what was said in the clip. Yet there's been no solution on how to improve any of that problem, because what these pale males will sell you is that they're invested in fixing the alleged issue that they're racist about. But they're not interested in any of that. They're interested in, like I said, ego stroking and emotional appeasement. So now notice how, quote unquote, Vivek said something, quote unquote, fantastic. But what I find interesting about it is that there was no fantastic solution that followed up. So now the fact that there's no requirement for a solution, what does that tell you guys? That should point out something blatantly obvious. And my question to you all is, what is the obviousness of what's being pointed out by the lack of requirement for a solution? That should tell you something. Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to everybody that's watching. We got 40 people watching and we got 68 likes. If everybody could take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell and subscribed, make sure that you subscribe and share the stream to your social media. That would be great.
I think that like what Vivek said at the very end, like I'm an agnostic and I agree with him. Like,
oh, hands down.
You
That
know,
clip was fantastic.
yeah, absolutely.
Family privilege.
That's
So he's an agnostic, and what he said at the end was that God is part of our privilege. So you're agnostic, but you believe that God is a part of your privilege. So if that's the case, then you're not truly agnostic. But again, this is Tim Pool. These are pale males. Everything that they're saying is automatically correct. And because I have bass in my voice and a slight amount of melanin, I'm a complete idiot and my content can't be circulated. So what I want you guys to understand here is the value chain. The value chain hypercirculation. What's the definition of agnostic? I'm going to show you. We're going to expose these people. What's the definition of agnostic? The definition of agnostic is a person who believes that nothing is known or can be known of the existence or nature of God or anything beyond material phenomena. A person who claims neither faith nor disbelief in God. But somehow, to a person who's agnostic, God being our privilege is profound. Agnosticism. Agnosticism is the view or belief that the existence of God or the divine or supernatural is unknown or unknowable. It can be categorized as an indifference or absence of a firm belief in theistic religions and atheism on that basis. But that's our privilege. 1 million subscribers and skin credit IQ credibility to say nonsense. To say nonsense, because that's what America wants to hear is nonsense. And they want to hear it coming from certain people. Well, I'm here to bring the sense to your nonsense. And it doesn't make any sense for you to be agnostic and sit there and say that the last part of what he said you agree with. Now, I'll tear your voice box out on that alone. But like I said, the population at large is going to do what the population at large is going to do. It's us that have a face preference. You know what I'm saying? That need to deal with that psychological bottleneck. Even if it doesn't make sense, it's official coming from the boss. Get the hell out of here. Who's boss? Doesn't make any sense. There was nothing profound about anything that this dude said except for how stupid and contradictory it was. We just put the definition up on the screen. That's it. Case closed. Nail in the coffin. It's done. Dirt on the grave. I don't know what to say.
Well, Vivek said at the very end, like, I'm an agnostic, and I agree with him. Like,
oh, hands down.
you
That
know?
clip was fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Family privilege.
So what was fantastic about it? Family privilege and God, who you can't prove, which this individual agrees that you can't prove, but somehow it's a privilege. So now I have two questions for that clip. First question is, how do you deliver to two parents and improve the family structure? Second question is, prove God. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. We can sit here and we could do this a million times, but people need to see it. People need to see the blade go through the dragon's heart.
That's why he's advancing in the polls like this, because he speaks. I think that he speaks in a very authentic way. He doesn't sound like a politician.
He speaks in a very authentic way. He doesn't sound like a politician, despite the fact that he himself has admitted to modeling his entire political campaign strategy after a politician, Donald Trump. So what you're hearing right now are the same repeated talking points that these people repeated about Donald Trump that were just inaccurate and made up nonsense that sounded good and made these people feel good. So again, this is what I'm telling you guys about appealing to the raw emotional vanity. That is a weakness. It sticks out like a sore thumb. But most people don't want to believe it. Believe it. You know what I'm saying? Believe it. You're looking at it right here. So now my question is that this has been around and this has been going on forever. So now again, my question is, why are people not saying to do this stuff? That's the question.
Think, or at least he doesn't come across like a politician to people, because he does sound very polished, but I don't feel like he's just delivering a narrative kind of line. And maybe that's my own personal opinion, because I find his arguments compelling. So
I like listening to him.
What are his arguments? And then you hear what this guy said. I like listening to him. Well, here's my question. What is it that you like listening to about him? Because he says what's on your mind. I like listening to people that have solutions, methods, and ways of improving things. And Vivek Ramaswamy, if you've been listening to him, then you haven't heard any of those. So my question is, what is it that you like listening? He'll slip in the occasional N-word, and they like listening to the same thing that a lot of us like listening to, but for a different reason. They like to listen to it for the ego stroke. A lot of people like us like to listen to it because of the sadomasochistic psychological damage. None of that helps anything. None of that is teleporting anybody to the oblivion realm anytime soon. All right, Zentober, I'll catch you later, bro. If you want to send somebody to the oblivion realm, the sword needs to go through the dragon's heart, and you walk away from the battlefield with the head in your hand. That's it. I agree 100%. YGLTB1 says, emotional agitation is a very deceptive tool utilized against the people that are easily influenced to get them to make impulsive decisions without forethought. Facts. If you guys agree with that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, then give me a thumbs down. Facts. That is a fact.
I think all his arguments are compelling. Everything he wants to dismantle the government in various pieces, and I think what he says a lot is some smart solutions. So I'm happy that he's getting this out.
What solution? What has he said that is a solution? This individual right here, 1 million subscribers on this podcast, people just yucking it up. What they say is the law. Inside route to Fox News if they need to talk to it to spread the propaganda even more. I like his solutions. What solutions? I need everybody. We got 40 people in here. I should get 40 responses. What solutions? Where? If you got a link, put the link in the chat to the solutions. Where's the solutions at?
Get a little bit more name recognition, and I'm surprised that DeSantis has fallen so much. But he has so much negative attention now that with Disney, whether you're right or wrong, and his anti-cannabis, whether that's right or wrong, he's just kind of like just driving it into the ground.
Yeah, look, don't ask me why. I've got my opinions on these things, but what I've been saying to many DeSantis supporters is just look at the prediction markets and the polls. He's going down. Okay, that is not for me wanting to happen. I think he's an excellent leader who really has.
DeSantis is going down, and one of the things that he's doing is the exact same thing that Vivek Ramaswamy is doing: the culture war grift. Right? If that's correct, give me a thumbs up. If that's incorrect, give me a thumbs down.
Ear to the ground on all these issues, but I think he's doing a very terrible job campaign-wise. But even if you think I'm wrong, I'm curious why he's in this decline.
So Ron DeSantis, according to Tim Pool's brilliant, according to Tim Pool's Megamind, Brainiac, MODOK, brilliant, crying from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, big brain assessment, Ron DeSantis is doing bad, despite the fact that Ron DeSantis has the largest treasure chest of campaign donations. These people will listen to anything and repeat it like it's fact. Don't be like that. That's why I tell people YouTube talking points to get you waxed in real life. Don't be like that. Don't be a victim of the black light.
If you ignore it, it'll only get worse.
Yeah, and his wife's a perfect running mate for him. Like she's out, she's well polished, and so she's adding, I think, a lot of value. But then at the same time, he's obviously crashing.
Not enough value.
What do you guys want?
I would
Libertarian. Well, you're libertarian too, Phil.
Man, if Vivek and RFK made it, I feel like the America wins to just to voting.
Why RFK though?
I'm a big fan of him. Just well,
he's got a big, long history of very authoritarian positions.
Disavow.
No, here's what I would say personally. For the Democrat leadership, he's the best they got.
Yeah.
Because with all his bad policies, he's better than all the rest.
Way better.
So I would love to see that. And so for me, it's kind of like I'm not a big libertarian party kind of guy. I'm actually more like fairly liberal on the political spectrum. So I look at an RFK Jr. like.
So again, I want you guys to pay very close attention. You guys heard it right here. Tim Pool says that he's a liberal. So now when we're talking about liberals, we need to judge them with the Destiny and Tim Pool leadership stick. You guys heard that, right? According to Tim Pool, he's a liberal. So what I want you guys to do is understand how these people weaponize the political spectrum. They have a political spectralizer that they weaponize. Pay attention to that, right? This is why understanding that language and knowing what to arm yourself with to be able to fight these battles, why that's important. They play a completely different game than we play. And athletics is evidence that any game that they come up with, we can master. So all of these people like Amazing Lucas and Umar Johnson who sit there and say that we don't know how to do politics and we're too dumb for this and we're too dumb for that, I disagree. It's just a matter of putting the focus there and prioritizing. Shout out to my man DeAndre. DeAndre says this is laughable. I agree. So have fun, guys. Laugh at this shit. It's comedy.
I think he's really trying to be a populist. He's really trying to reach the people. And he's speaking about a lot of current issues that are good. So we've talked about the power of like a Trump-Kennedy ticket. But I don't want to ask you about Republicans because you're libertarian. Is there someone you want to see run for the libertarian ticket?
So now what we're doing is we're acting like libertarians and Republicans for all intents and purposes aren't the same. Just like how we'll act like the Tea Party and Republicans for all intents and purposes aren't the same. I want to make sure that people understand clearly. People always be talking about the Matrix and all this, right? In order to deprogram the Matrix, you have to understand the programming and you have to understand the code that is written in. So when people try to say, oh, well, I'm not dealing with that and I avoid this kind of stuff. Okay, I hear you. But what you're doing is you're giving the evidence of why things aren't changing. You're not attempting to learn the language. The United States has 3 languages: English, Spanish, and racism. And yet and still, it seems in most cases, people are only fluent in one.
I've seen a couple people who are running for the libertarian ticket, but yeah, I don't quite feel that they're quite ready for the task. Huh?
Who's announced for the libertarians?
Chase.
Oh, Chase is from Georgia, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Chase Oliver.
Yeah.
Chase Oliver.
I believe he's announced. But yeah, I mean, I know who he is. I followed him in the Georgia election. I know where he got his spotlight from with the whole.
So they've already gone off of talking about Vivek Ramaswamy. I don't think they bring up Vivek Ramaswamy anymore. Let me see.
doesn't pay close attention to politics, I would hope that would at least wake them up and be like, why is there anyone even questioning this at all? You could actually, I guess, mention his age would be a big part of it. Like a lot of people, even if they're not politically initiated, if you're not paying close attention, you wonder how that could possibly.
Looking into what we were doing in Ukraine, we better get Biden in so we can put an end to this, because that's really was the big issue. Biden.
Yeah, so I don't think that in this clip here they talk anymore about Vivek Ramaswamy. And so we got the main points about Vivek Ramaswamy that we need to come with. And my question is Vivek Ramaswamy using emotional reflexes to pander? Yeah. Dr. Cornel West is using emotional reflexes to pander. They're just pandering to two different groups of people. Anybody that claims that they're trying to copy Trump, clearly you're pandering to white people. You're pandering to white people. Nothing wrong with pandering. Just be honest about it. Vivek Ramaswamy is not honest, and he also doesn't have any solutions. So while you are pandering, because that's part of the political campaign, at the least you owe your constituency some type of solutions or what they're getting for their vote. None of these podcasts, none of these interviewers, none of them have done a competent job in analyzing or breaking down Vivek Ramaswamy, if you ask me. And same with Dr. Cornel West. Everybody, Tim Black, Revolutionary Blackout, anybody that Dr. Cornel West has been in contact with has not done a good job of interviewing or scrutinizing him. And the problem is that when we have media outlets that are supposed to be quote unquote independent, like I said, everybody can get it. I love Ice Cube, but he's got a stream coming up. It just is what it is. When you independent and you actually want the best, everybody can get it. And the reason why everybody can get it is because you actually want the best. And sometimes people don't see it. But the results long-term will speak for themselves. You know what I'm saying? Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you guys show some love. YGLTB1 has just become a YouTube member. I encourage everybody to become a YouTube member. The lowest tier is 99 cents. It definitely helps the channel. So if you guys can, make sure that you guys hit that membership link when the bots put it into the chat, or if you happen to be watching a video, hit the join button. As you guys can see, all the members that have been here, most of the people that have been here have been members for over a year. So we got a long-term, tight-knit group of people that's been around, that's only expanding. So become a part of it. You know what I'm saying? I want to give a shout out to everybody that contributed to the stream. Shout out to my man AB Promotions. Shout out to Val Williams. Shout out to Jay Bird. Good luck with your move and all that. And shout out to YGLTB1 with the $19 super chat. And also shout out to YGLTB1 for becoming a channel member as well. All right. I hope you guys enjoyed the live stream. I might go live again on my other channel if I get a little bit of time. It's going to be late night, but if anybody's up, you know what I'm saying, you're welcome to join. It'll be a good, funny stream. And I will catch you all on the next video. All right? Peace.